Chapter 1887. Clang. Another claw attack that contained the power of thunder and lightning smashed heavily on the Beast King's bone armor. Gotcha! Finally, after blocking an unknown number of claws, the Beast King's bone armor finally cracked with a crisp cracking sound. A huge crack appeared on the surface of the armor. Originally, the Beast King had only used this bone armor because he thought that his power of the pseudo-god would be slightly restrained by the power of the lightning. However, one must not forget that the lightning power contained in Magnubi's beast battle skill was just a bonus. After all, it was a beast battle skill that was famous for its strength. After receiving so many attacks, even if the Beast King was a pseudo-god who had surpassed the peak of the demigod stage, it was impossible for his bone armor to not shatter. Judging from this situation, the bone armor would shatter completely after another 2 or 3 claw attacks. But it was a pity that even if Magnubi was aware of this, as the creator of the bone armor, the Beast King would definitely be aware of it. Boom! Before Magnubi could rejoice over the cracking of the bone armor, a surge of dense, dark magical power erupted from the Beast King's body. The dark magical power erupted like a violent storm and instantly transformed into a substantial impact that forced Magnubi back a few steps. Go to hell! Before Magnubi could react, the Beast King's deep and cold voice rang in his ears. His body was sent flying backward, and before he could react, the Beast King's cold voice rang in his ears. The instant the Beast King's voice sounded, Magnubi sensed it too. Above his head, a terrifying force was forming. Magnubi immediately lifted his head and looked above him. When he saw the scene above him clearly, his expression changed. Not far above Magnubi's head, a huge bone spear that was as long as 10 meters and as thick as a pillar appeared abruptly. Amidst the chaotic hissing sound in the air, it landed heavily on the ground. Wind of dissolution. Just as the huge bone spear descended from the sky and was about to land on Magnubi's body, a clear and delicate shout rang out. Swish! A sharp sound of something breaking through the air echoed abruptly, accompanied by a violent, sharp tornado that swept across the sky. It shot into the sky. It crashed heavily into the huge bone spear that was descending from the sky. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded through the sky. The surging wind spread out like an impact, and the huge bone spear was directly entangled by the sharp tornado. Then, as if it had melted, it was broken down into magic residue and dissipated into the air. The Beast King was slightly taken aback when he saw that his attack was so easily neutralized. Then he saw it. Next to Cynthia, who had been holding her staff, Linya was also floating in the air. She was also holding a staff in her hand. Not only was the staff wrapped in magic power, but there were also traces of golden wind swirling around it. Dissolving wind. Only the direct descendants of the Fea Empire's royal family could learn this inherited magic. It had the effect of nullifying all energy attacks, including the bone spear made of magic. In order to deal with this move, one had to attack with pure physical strength. Otherwise, no matter if it was combat aura, magic power, or battle techniques and spells made of combat aura and magic power, they would all be melted. Back then, Prince Kaya of the Fea Empire used this move against Wu Yen in the academy. Got to say, this was indeed a magical spell. If Linya cast it, even the Beast King's attack would be nullified. Of course, Cynthia had a spell that could move ice to any position and even exchange it with others. Linya had a spell that could dissolve any energy attacks. Magnubi also had a beast battle technique that contained the power of lightning. The other 2 demigod stage beings also had equally powerful trump cards. However, compared to Cynthia, Linya, and Magnubi, Garen and Mura's trump cards didn't have any magical effects. They only had pure offensive strength. Raging Wave Sword Dance. Black Flame Duel. 2 silhouettes suddenly flashed to the sides of the Beast King. The Knight Sword and the long staff in their hands were wrapped in a dense fog of fighting aura. In the blink of an eye, the Knight Sword in Jarlin's hand was surrounded by rolling combat chi. The combat chi combined with the sword's body and turned into a powerful sword mark. Like a bolt of lightning, it shot towards the Beast King. At the same time, the staff burned with pitch-black flames that made it look even darker. Mura hurled the staff and it streaked across the air toward the Beast King. In the face of such a powerful sneak attack, the Beast King's face also showed traces of anger. Its body trembled, and an overwhelming amount of black fog immediately surged out from its body. It was like a pool of sewage, covering the Beast King's body. The sword marks and pitch-black staff penetrated the black mist around the Beast King like a hot knife through butter. The power contained in the sword marks caused the black mist to fluctuate violently like layers of clouds. Not bad. The Beast King let out a sneer. But not good enough. The black mist surging from the Beast King's body immediately boiled like boiling water. It suddenly expanded, causing the sword marks and pitch-black fire sticks that were about to pass through the black mist and shoot towards the Beast King's body to be locked in place. They directly froze and solidified within the black mist. Jaren and Mula's expressions changed drastically when they saw that their most powerful attack was easily neutralized by the Beast King. However, Garen and Mura weren't even in the peak demigod stage. The gap between them and the Beast King, who had entered the pseudo-god stage, was too huge. Swish. Suddenly, a sound that sounded like a wild gust of wind was emitted from the black fog while Jaren and Mu-La's expressions changed drastically. Immediately, the edge of the black fog surged and directly charged out. It heavily collided with Jaren and Mu-La, who were unable to dodge in time. Boom! Jarlin and Mula let out a muffled groan as their bodies were sent flying backward at the same time. The Beast King didn't show any mercy at all. Ignoring the fact that Jaren and Mura were still flying backward, he formed two pitch-black bone spears with his dark magic power and shot them toward Jaren and Mura. The bone spears were terrifyingly fast. Garen and Mura had just been struck, and they could only watch helplessly as the bone spears flew toward them. Wind of dissolution. Heavenly chill. At this moment, two similarly cold and crisp cries resounded. As the two bone spears were about to hit Garen and Mura, a rotating tornado and a faint, invisible impact swept across from afar. One of the tornadoes wrapped around the bone spear that was launched at Garen while the other struck Mura. Chi! Then, in the sound of something being corroded, the bone spear that was wrapped around by the tornado melted instantly. On the other hand, Mura, who was struck by the invisible impact, vanished and was replaced by a huge block of dry ice. Boom! The remaining bone spear directly smashed the huge dry ice into pieces, exploding into ice shards that filled the sky. On the other hand, Mura appeared beside the Beast King abruptly. She disregarded the pain in her body and grabbed one of the Beast King's hands. Caught you. Hearing this, the Beast King did not have time to react. Garland, who had stopped his flying backwards, dashed to the other side of the Beast King and reached out his hand, grabbing the other hand of the Beast King tightly. I caught you too. You're asking for it? The Beast King was infuriated. Just as he was about to deal a heavy blow to Garen and Mura, another burly figure appeared behind him along with an enormous beast shadow. It was none other than Magnubi. Roar. The beast shadow behind Magnubi roared as it directly stretched out its two huge palms and tightly grasped the Beast King, Jarlin and Mura in its illusory palms. Under the restraint of the beast shadow, the Beast King who couldn't move his hands earlier couldn't even move his body anymore. At this moment, the corners of Magnubi's mouth curled up. I caught you too, human. The Beast King finally revealed an unconcealable rage and murderous aura. The dark magical powers around him surged. At the same time, the familiar, mysterious tornado descended from the sky, passed through the Beast Shadow's palm, and drilled into it like a viscous liquid, covering the Beast King's body. Chi! In an instant, the dark magical powers around the Beast King dissolved entirely. Chapter 1888. Amidst the sizzling noises, the magic power on the Beast King's body was completely melted by the wind of dissolution and dissipated into nothingness. In order to deal with the wind of dissolution, one had to resist it with pure physical strength. However, the Beast King's body was also restrained by Garen, Mura, and Magnubi. In other words, in this state, the Beast King could not move at all, and there was nothing he could do. However, The Beast King wasn't worried at all. Comparing physical strength? Magical beasts were stronger than humans, not to mention the Beast King. Even if he was bound by Garin, Mula, and Magnubi, he would definitely be able to break free if he put in some effort. When that happened, the Beast King could also dissolve the wind of dissolution on him. Garin, Mura, Linya, and Magnubi's joint restraint only brought some trouble to the Beast King and wasn't a threat to him at all. At this thought, the Beast King forgot about it. Garin, Mura, Linya, and Magnubi weren't the only ones present. In the distance, Linya nodded to Cynthia as she watched the Beast King's hands being tightly grabbed by Garin and Mula. His body was also bound by Magnubi's beast shadow and surrounded by a tornado that was dissolving magic power. Cynthia responded instantly and raised her staff. At the next moment, everyone on the scene, including the Beast King, was replaced by blocks of ice and vanished from the scene. The Beast King felt his vision blurring. When his vision recovered, the scene that appeared before him left him dumbfounded. This was a platform at the edge of the capital of alternate generations. Above the platform stood an ancient tree that was 10 meters tall and had an extremely thick canopy that covered the entire platform. It emanated an aura of vicissitudes and emanated a gentle, green radiance all over its body. If the guardians of the Emperor Island were here, they would definitely be astonished to see this ancient tree. This was because apart from its size, this ancient tree was identical to the guardian tree on the Emperor Island. Not only that, but its aura, energy waves, and appearance were also exactly the same. It was none other than the sapling of the guardian divine tree that Wu Yen had brought back from the land of God. Next to the guardian tree sapling, Wu Yen placed his hand on it and injected traces of mana into it. Seeing Wu Yen here, the Beast King's expression changed slightly. Wasn't Wu Yen on guard against his magical beast army? Why was he here? Of course, there wasn't enough time to answer the Beast King's question. Under the infusion of Wu Yan's mana, the guardian tree sapling kept blooming with a soft green light. The green light distorted the space in front of the guardian tree sapling and tore it apart, forming a huge spatial vortex. Looking at the spatial vortex, the Beast King was shocked. Opening up space? Yes. The sapling of the guardian tree itself had the ability to open up space. And now Wu Yen was using this ability of the guardian tree to open up a huge space. However, as the guardian tree was still young and not as powerful as the guardian tree on the Emperor Island, it could only open up a small space the size of a room. However, this space was more than enough for him. Ha! Magnubi yelled. The beast figure behind him roared and lifted the Beast King's hand above its head. Then, it threw the Beast King forcefully into the huge space opened up by the guardian tree sapling. Immediately, the Beast King, Jarlin, and Mura were thrown into the space vortex in front of the sapling as if they were pebbles. Subconsciously, the Beast King had an ominous premonition, which made him want to get away from the space vortex. However, before the Beast King could move, Jaren and Mura, who were holding the Beast King tightly, suddenly kicked the Beast King's back heavily as if they had planned it beforehand. Boom! To the Beast King, this kick was no different from not being kicked at all. It did not cause any damage to the Beast King. However, the Beast King was kicked into the spatial whirlpool, while Garin and Mura used the Beast King's back as a springboard to jump out of the spatial whirlpool. Linya and Cynthia yelled at Wu Yen when they saw Jaren and Mula jumping out of the vortex. Now! Wu Yen loosened his grip on the guardian tree sapling without hesitation. Buzz! After the supply of mana was cut off, the sapling of the guardian divine tree trembled, and the gentle green light that it was emitting gradually dimmed. At the same time, the spatial vortex that had been opened up gradually closed. The Beast King finally understood what was going on. You're trying to lock me up in this huge space? The Beast King sneered. Do you think that a tiny space can trap me? After saying that, the Beast King raised his fist, intending to shatter the space. It wasn't difficult for the Beast King to do so with his current strength. The instant the Beast King raised his fist, Wu Yan's indifferent voice sounded in his ears from outside the spatial vortex. Of course a tiny space can't trap you. But not only do we want to lock you up, but we also want to seal you up. As soon as he said that, A power that didn't belong to the Beast King's body started to take effect. Buzz! With the sound of space trembling, the Beast King's body suddenly burst out with a dazzling light, causing the Beast King's fist to stop in its tracks. Then, 5 translucent, crystal-like beads the size of a palm flew out from the Beast King's body. They emitted a strong light as they circled around the Beast King, circling it. What's that? The Beast King's pupils shrunk. Why are these things on me? Perhaps in response to the Beast King's words, the radiance emanating from the 5 translucent beads intensified until it fluctuated all of a sudden. Clink. Along with the crisp sound of wind chimes, 5 translucent white chains suddenly shot out from the 5 translucent beads at an extremely fast speed, so fast that even the Beast King could not react in time. In addition to the fact that the distance between them was extremely close, the 5 translucent white chains suddenly wound around the Beast King's body, then contracted and tightly bound the Beast King. They didn't just bind him. The Beast King could clearly feel that when the 5 chains bound him, the power of the false god in his body was like an extinguished flame, like stagnant water that had lost its vitality. There was no way for it to circulate anymore. Impossible! The Beast King couldn't help but yell. How can there be something in this world that can completely silence the pseudo-god powers? Nothing is impossible. Outside the space vortex, Wu Yen smiled. That's because the 5 beads were created by the 4 gods to deal with the so-called power of the fake gods. They were left for us to seal the power of the fake gods again. Impossible! The Beast King yelled again. Ordinary means can't seal the pseudo-god powers at all. Otherwise, the 4 gods wouldn't have had to use their own bodies to seal the pseudo-god powers. In the end, they turned their bodies into seals to suppress the pseudo-god powers. You're right. The pseudo-god powers can't be sealed by ordinary means. Violet walked out of a crack in the air and came to Wu Yan's side. She raised her eyes and looked at the Beast King. When I first heard that these 5 beads could seal the power of the false god, I had my suspicions. But now, it seems that these 5 beads can indeed suppress the power of the false god. So, I guess that these 5 beads should be made from the fragments of the mythical armament. After hearing Violet's explanation, the Beast King understood. The mythical armament was a divine object that could create the power of divinity on its own. It could also store the power of divinity. Therefore, if these 5 beads were made from the fragments of the mythical armament, it would not be strange for them to be able to suppress the power of false gods. It was precisely because of these tools that the Beast King could miraculously do what he thought was impossible. Realizing this, the Beast King finally understood something. He glared at Wu Yen, Violet, and the 5 demigods of the Spalier world outside the space vortex and roared for the first time since he appeared. You tricked me. R1152. Chapter 1889. A scheme? That's right. This was a scheme. From the looks of it, only the Beast King, who had obtained this secret memory from the pseudo-god's power, knew the secrets of the pseudo-god's power. However, back then, the 4 deities had also realized that the seal they had formed with their bodies could be broken. Therefore, they had formulated a precautionary measure before they died. In order to prevent the false god's power from turning the Spalier world into a world of monsters, the 4 gods could only seal the false god's power in their bodies. Then, before their life force was completely devoured by the false god's power, they used all their strength to make 5 pearls from the fragments of the mythical armament. These 5 pearls made from the fragments of the mythical armament had the effect of sealing the false god's power. The 4 gods gave these pearls to Ailu, who locked them in the Ring of Power. He also left the key to unlock the Ring of Power, the sapling of the Guardian Tree, in the Land of Gods, leaving a clue for future generations. Then, together with the other 3 gods, he sealed the false god's power in his body in the Behemoth Forest. Wu Yen and the others didn't know this secret, but since they already knew that the false god's power was the so-called disaster, they naturally knew that the 5 pearls they got from the Ring of Power were tools that could deal with the false god's power. That was why Amethyst thought of this. She asked Wu Yen to open the telepathic dialogue and ask Garen for the 5 pearls in the Ring of Power. During the telepathic dialogue, Garen, who had the 5 pearls, was honest. After his research, the 5 pearls seemed to have some kind of sealing effect. After knowing this, Amethyst asked about the abilities of the 5 demigods in the Spalier world, and before the battle with the Beast King, she formulated this plan. First, she asked Wu Yen to retreat to the side. She pretended to be on guard against the Beast King's army, and then let Amethyst and the 5 gods of the Spalier world restrain the Beast King. To distract the Beast King. When that happened, Wu Yen would have to seize the opportunity when the Beast King's attention was diverted to quietly retreat from the battlefield with the few pieces of ice that Cynthia had secretly created and head to the Guardian Tree's sapling. Using the sapling of the Guardian Divine Tree, he opened up a sealed space. The rest was up to Yukari and the 5 gods of the Spalier world. They had to think of a way to capture the Beast King and restrain it. Cynthia would then use her unique heavenly frost magic to switch everyone's positions with the ice that Wu Yen had created. At that time, things would be much simpler. After locking the Beast King in the space created by the Guardian Tree sapling, the sealing effect of the 5 beads was triggered. The 5 beads were specially made to seal the power of the false god. Once they sensed the power of the false god in the Beast King's body, they would activate the seal. Previously, there were 5 beads that were specially used to seal the power of false gods. The Beast King's power of the false god would no longer be able to be used. Even if the Beast King's body was filled with the power of the false god and could still move, there was still the space created by the Guardian Tree. Without the power of the false god, the Beast King would not be able to escape. In other words, the Beast King had fallen into Amethyst's trap from the very beginning. Speak! The Beast King growled angrily at Amethyst, who was outside the space vortex. How did you transfer these 5 beads to me? If Amethyst had transferred something that did not belong to the Beast King to the Beast King should have noticed it. Besides, when did Amethyst transfer the 5 beads to the Beast King's body? That's right. Even the Beast King himself did not know. From the beginning, Amethyst saw through the Beast King's thoughts, and there was a flash of wisdom in her eyes. Have you forgotten? When we first fought, I had direct physical contact with you. Indeed. Not long after the battle began, Amethyst rushed to the Beast King and exchanged blows with him. At that time, Amethyst used the realm of being and non-being to neutralize the Beast King's attack and transferred the 5 beads to the Beast King's body. Why didn't I notice it? The Beast King couldn't believe his eyes. It's so obvious. There's no way I didn't notice it. You won't notice it. Amethyst blurted out. I buried the 5 beads in your body. Impossible. The Beast King wanted to laugh, but he couldn't. If that's the case, there's no way I didn't notice it. Who wouldn't notice that there were 5 extra beads in his body? At the very least, he should have noticed something was amiss, right? Despite knowing this, Amethyst still smiled leisurely. No, you won't notice it. I buried them in your back. Back? The Beast King was stunned for a moment before his eyes widened in shock. The Beast King remembered. Before the battle began, Violet had sneakily attacked him and injured his back. It wasn't a big deal for the Beast King, but the pain was unbearable. Did Amethyst use the pain from the injury on his back to bury the 5 beads in his back? Did she use the pain to cover up the feeling of the beads being buried in his body? But at that time, the 5 gods of the Spalier world hadn't shown up yet. Amethyst didn't know that the 5 beads that the gods left behind to deal with the cataclysm were the 5 beads that could seal the power of the gods. In other words, there were only 2 possibilities for Amethyst to take advantage of the injury. 1. Amethyst only thought of using the injury on the Beast King's back after knowing everything. 2. Amethyst didn't know the effects of the beads, but she knew about their existence. For the sake of her plan, she ambushed the Beast King and left the injury. In other words, Amethyst didn't know the specific effects of the 5 beads, but she was planning to use the items left behind by the gods to deal with the cataclysm. That was why she ambushed the Beast King. If it was the former, it proved that Amethyst was very good at strategizing. But if it was the latter, Amethyst sensed the Beast King's trembling, as if she wanted to stab him in the back. A faint smile appeared on her face. There's no need to doubt me. I've been planning to summon the 5 demigods to help me and use the items left behind by the gods to deal with you. That's why I left that injury on your back." The Beast King's heart turned cold. Amethyst's ability to plot to such an extent was beyond that of a normal person. Only a monster could do that. The Beast King didn't know that Amethyst was a monster, a real monster. She was also a sage of monsters who had lived for thousands of years. Her intelligence had long turned into that of a monster. The Beast King could only blame himself for seeing Amethyst's strength but not her intelligence. As a result, even if the Beast King had the power of a demigod, he still fell into Amethyst's trap. "Do you think you can seal me like this?" The Beast King roared. "I won't let you get away with it." As the furious roar rang out, the veins on the Beast King's forehead bulged in the distorted space. It struggled madly as a violent energy erupted like a volcano. It squirmed wildly and surged out of the Beast King's body, rushing in all directions. Under the effect of that terrifying power, the spatial vortex that was about to close trembled, as if it was being expanded. Even the white chains on the Beast King's body began to emit cracking sounds, as if they could not bear the weight of the pressure. Even Wu Yen and Amethyst's expressions changed when they saw this, let alone the 5 demigods from the Spalier world. He still has this kind of power? Under the pressure of the 5 pearls, the Beast King couldn't use his power of a demigod. Coupled with the suppression of the space vortex created by the Guardian Tree's sapling, the Beast King felt as if he had fallen into a swamp. But even so, the Beast King still had some strength left. Not only did he manage to open the entrance of the sealed space, but even the white chains that had the effect of sealing the power of the false god were trembling along with the body of the bead, as if they could break free at any time. It was only now that everyone realized what was going on. The Beast King hadn't used his full strength in the previous battle. So what if these 5 pearls can seal the demigod's power? The Beast King's low roar echoed throughout the space vortex. "My demigod's power alone might not be able to escape the seal of these 5 pearls, but did the 4 demigods expect me to absorb all the demigod's power? With me as the vessel for the demigod's power, it won't be easy to seal me as long as I have the strength to do so." Chapter 1890. As the Beast King struggled violently, an invisible force kept attacking the space created by the Guardian Tree's sapling. The space created by the Guardian Tree's sapling trembled, and the spatial vortex at the entrance kept expanding. Everyone finally realized what was going on. The item left behind by the 4 gods was indeed used to seal the pseudo-god's power. Although it had the ability to suppress the pseudo-god's power, the pseudo-god's power wasn't just moving around. It already had a carrier. For example, it was like an item that could dispel spirits and souls. This item naturally had these effects, but the human body had souls to begin with. Could it be that this item could dispel the spirits and souls of people who were still alive? By the same logic, the pseudo-god's power was now like a soul that had a body. With a carrier, the effect was obviously much weaker. This was also the reason why Wu Yen didn't call for Canon to purify the pseudo-god's power when facing the Beast King. With Canon's omnipotent purification ability, she could purify the pseudo-god's power in a matter of minutes. However, the pseudo-god's power already had the Beast King as its carrier. Even Canon couldn't use her purification ability on the Beast King's body. Of course, these weren't the most important reasons. The most important reason was that the Beast King's power was beyond everyone's imagination. In fact, it made sense if one thought about it. Even Fengjian Fragrance, a super powerhouse who hadn't reached demigod pinnacle, could use pure strength to disperse the realm's power. How could the Beast King, who had surpassed demigod pinnacle and reached the pseudo-god realm, be affected by Violet's realm's power? Perhaps it was due to the fact that the Fengjian delicate fragrance was invincible in close combat, but the Beast King was the strongest among the magical beasts. Naturally, its physical ability was not bad, and its close combat ability was also the same. If it wanted to deal with the current Beast King, it would be difficult. If he could defeat the Beast King now, it would be easy. The Beast King could only blame himself for not expecting to fall into Violet's trap. In the end, Violet and the 5 demigods from the Spalier world found a flaw in his plan. Now, the Beast King's pseudo-god's power was suppressed, and his strength was reduced by at least 70%. However, if he used his full strength, he was actually able to shake the space created by the Guardian Tree's sapling. To even be able to shake the seal, it had to be said that the Beast King's strength had indeed exceeded everyone's expectations. Everyone could imagine, if the Beast King were to break out of its seal, what kind of disaster would it bring? Facing the enraged Beast King, even if there were 7 demigods present, they were still no match for the Beast King. Once all the demigods were wiped out by the Beast King, the Spalier world would truly become a world of demonic beasts. Humans would also become demonic beasts' food. This was something that absolutely could not be allowed to happen. You want to break the seal? Jaren, Linya, Mula, Cynthia, and Magnubi seemed to have reached a consensus. They flashed and stood at the 5 corners of the turbulent space, surrounding the space created by the sapling of the Guardian Tree. You should be the one who won't succeed. As the 5 demigods from the Spalier world spoke, Jaren, Linya, Mula, Cynthia, and Magnubi, who had surrounded the space created by the sapling of the Guardian Tree, took out an armament each. Compared to the armaments used by Jaren, Linya, Mula, Cynthia, and Magnubi in the battle against the Orc King, the 5 armaments looked much more profound. In Jaren's hand was a huge sword with a twisted blade. The blade wasn't sharp, and the hilt was extremely dim. It looked like a twisted ruler was pieced together with the hilt. It had a very strange shape. In Linya's hand was a strange root-shaped object that looked like a stick. It was extremely slender, but there was a pearl inlaid at the tip. It looked like a magic staff. In Mula's hand was a black stick that resembled a pillar and seemed as though it would shatter at any moment. It was as big as a smaller pillar. In Magnubi's hand was a pair of gauntlets that seemed to have been chopped off from a wild beast. Even though there wasn't any blood, the gauntlets were covered in fur. As for Cynthia's hand, it was a piece of ice. It was translucent and sharp like a spike. There was a glittering ice crystal at the tip. The 5 armaments were strangely shaped, their uses were unknown, and one could barely tell what type of weapon they were. However, the moment they appeared, they exuded an ancient, profound, mysterious, and powerful aura. Shockingly, they were all legendary armaments. 5 legendary armaments. Holding the 5 oddly shaped legendary armors, Jaren, Linya, Mula, Cynthia, and Magnubi simultaneously poured all of their warrior power and magic power into the armors, as if they didn't cost any money. Buzz! At the next moment, a majestic, turbulent wave surged from the 5 armaments, forming a colorful light curtain above the distorted space vortex that enveloped the entire space vortex. Boom! The violent energy from the Beast King collided with the light screen. Both sides shook violently, and ripples of energy that could kill a Type 8 powerhouse spread out. Finally, they turned into a gust of wind that blew in all directions, smashing onto the platform and slowly dissipating. Under the impact of the Beast King's strength, the surface of the light curtain rippled like water waves. It seemed as though it was about to crumble, but it didn't turn into nothingness. In an instant, it reached a stalemate with the Beast King's strength and reached a balance. The Beast King, who was trapped in the space opened up by the Guardian Tree's sapling, felt as if his body was being pressed down by dozens of mountains. He sank heavily, and the white chains around his body also stabilized with the help of this force. In other words, the Beast King was truly confined in the space opened up by the Guardian Tree's sapling. Despicable humans! The Beast King was furious. You actually used the strength of external objects to strengthen the seal. That's right. Jaren, Linya, Mura, Cynthia, and Magnubi had used the strength of the 5 legendary armaments to strengthen the seal on the Beast King and the space opened up by the Guardian Tree's sapling. External objects? A mocking smile appeared on Cynthia's face. Her body was surging with icy blue magic power, and she was holding a legendary weapon that was inlaid with ice crystals. Didn't you also use the strength of external objects to reach the pseudo-god realm that no one can reach? Do you think you can seal me like this? The Beast King's expression turned terrifyingly grim. He sneered. Right now, the 5 of you can't move at all in order to strengthen the seal in space. I still have thousands of my kind outside. When they rush in, you don't have to worry about that." Wu Yen sneered as if to strike a blow to the Beast King. "What do you think Violet has been doing after burying the 5 beads in your body?" Hearing this, the Beast King felt an ominous premonition in his heart. Roar. 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 On the other hand, the countless flying beasts in the sky above the capital of alternate generations snarled furiously as soon as they witnessed the scene of the Beast King being captured by the 5 demigod stage powerhouses of the Spalier world and being replaced by 5 blocks of ice. Roar. 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 Driven by rage, every flying demon bellowed. Even the demons outside the capital of other worlds that could not fly and were surrounding the empty ground were spurred on, bellowing in rage, their frenzied beastly cries echoing across the skies. Without the slightest hesitation, all the beasts were on the move. The beasts in the sky descended from the sky like sharp arrows, swooping down toward the capital of alternate generations from all directions. The beasts on the ground were like cannonballs that broke through bamboo, charging toward the capital of alternate generations with great momentum. In an instant, the sky roared and the ground trembled. One by one, the beasts rushed toward the fragile city, intending to flatten it. And yet, just as the magical beasts were about to charge into the capital of alternate generations, all of them vanished amidst a formless ripple as if they had sunk into water. Chapter 1891. If someone were to look down from the sky above the capital of otherworldly beings, they would be greeted with an unbelievable sight. The flying magical beasts that blanketed the skies like bees swooped down at the speed of arrows released from bowstrings. Finally, when they reached a certain spot in the capital of an alternate era, they immediately stirred up a circle of ripples as if they were diving into water, before vanishing without a trace. The dense horde of magical beasts that resembled ants also charged forward at the speed of bullets. When they reached the sturdy walls of the capital of a different generation, the walls were like a lake, swallowing the magical beasts one by one and stirring up circles of ripples. In that very instant, the entire capital of alternate generations, be it its surroundings or its peak, rippled violently as if a torrential downpour had hit the surface of a lake. It only stopped after a while. When the ripples in the capital of otherworldly beings subsided, the monsters that surrounded the capital of otherworldly beings and were on standby on the ground, as well as the flying monsters with the ability to fly, had all disappeared from the spot. Of course, saying that they disappeared from the spot might be a little inaccurate. It should be said that the monsters that intended to charge into the capital of otherworldly beings had disappeared from this world. What's going on? The Beast King's expression changed. Where is my army of monsters? Locked up. Locked up for the time being. Zi Rao smiled meaningfully. Locked up in an illusory world. An illusory world. Or rather, it should be said that the magical beasts were all trapped in the realm of illusion and reality. After burying the 5 orbs into the Beast King's body, Violet found an opportunity to quietly leave the scene. Otherwise, there would be no need for Wu Yen to bring the ice that Cynthia created to the Guardian Tree's sapling. After the 5 demigods of the Spalier world captured the Beast King, Cynthia would cast her unique teleportation spell to bring the Beast King and everyone else to the Guardian Tree's sapling. If Violet was here, she wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. All she needed to do was open a gap, and she could easily bring the Beast King and the 5 demigods of the Spalier world to the sapling. The reason why Cynthia was needed was because Violet had her own matters to attend to. It was something that should have been done by Wu Yen. Around the capital of alternate generations, Violet used her ability to control her realm. He unleashed the realm of illusion and reality. It created an illusory world. Just like the 2 sides of a mirror, Amethyst created a capital of a different era within the mirror. Therefore, the magical beasts that intended to charge into the capital of alternate generations had to reach the boundary between illusion and reality. They were all sucked into another illusory capital of a different era. These magical beasts should be in the otherworldly capital inside the mirror. In order to find the Beast King, they were wantonly destroying everything. right? It seemed like the one who was truly wary of the magical beast army brought by the Beast King was not Wu Yen. It was Violet. From the beginning to the end, Violet had planned everything out. Before the battle even began, when she left a wound on the Beast King's back, she had already planned it all out. It was a pity that the Beast King, who had finally entered the realm of false divinity and become the strongest expert in the world, had fallen into Violet's trap before he had the chance to show off his true strength. He was completely suppressed by Violet. In the space vortex, the Beast King, who was surrounded by 5 pearls and bound by white chains, lowered his head and took a deep breath, as if trying to suppress the endless anger and murderous intent in his heart. After a long time, he let out a long sigh. This time it's my loss. Yakumo Violet, you do have something that I can't compare to. I admit defeat. When he raised his head again, the Beast King's face was as cold as ice. However, don't think that you have won just like this. Even if you can seal me for a while, you definitely won't be able to seal me forever. Now, the 5 demigods of the Spalier world had used legendary armaments to seal the Beast King in the space created by the Guardian Tree's sapling. In other words, once the 5 demigods of the Spalier world were not strong enough and the Beast King seized the opportunity, then the Beast King would be able to break out of the seal. In other words, the 5 demigods of the Spalier world were trapped on this small platform together with the Beast King, and there was no way for them to leave. The only difference was that one side was trapped in a cage, while the other side was guarding outside the cage. Could the 5 demigods of the Spalier world be able to seal the Beast King forever? The answer was, of course, no. As long as the Beast King could catch his breath and suppress the 5 demigods of the Spalier world, then the Beast King would be able to break out of the seal. On the other hand, when the 5 demigods of the Spalier world exhausted their strength, fighting aura, and magic power, the Beast King would also be able to break out of the seal. This period of time would definitely not be too long. When the Beast King reappeared in this world, then it would be time for the Spalier world to welcome a true disaster. Wu Yen, Violet, and the 5 demigods of the Spalier world were all very clear on this point. Therefore, not only did they not feel relieved after suppressing the Beast King, but they also felt a little heavy. On the other side, the Beast King slowly withdrew his power as if he had given up. He was like an ordinary person, and the aura of his whole body was withdrawn. However, everyone understood that the Beast King didn't give up. Instead, he wanted to accumulate enough strength to break through the seal of the 5 demigods of Silveria and break the time limit of the seal. Without the Beast King's power, the space created by the Guardian Tree's sapling began to slowly close. The space vortex also began to shrink. Everyone silently watched as the Beast King's figure gradually disappeared into the space vortex that was getting smaller and smaller. In the end, the Beast King left everyone present with an unchanging cold smile. Since you all made me fall today, I'll give you a kind reminder. Don't think that without me, the demonic beasts will stop attacking the Spalier world. Hearing this, the 5 demigods of the Spalier world were shocked. What does this mean? Each of the 3 empires of Silveria has a guardian deity behind them. Knowing this, do you think I would come here with peace of mind and allow my army of beasts to invade the 3 empires? What do you think I'm relying on to do so? The Beast King sneered. Let me tell you, there is a Beast King in each of the 3 armies of demonic beasts attacking the 3 empires. Wow! Everyone's mind went blank. Beast King? There are Beast Kings among the demonic beasts? And there are 3 of them? Don't doubt it. Seeing the sudden change in everyone's expression, the Beast King finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. There are 3 peak 9th level demonic beasts in my beast clan. These 3 peak 9th level demonic beasts have received the power of the false gods that I have bestowed upon them. With their leadership, my army of demonic beasts will not give up on attacking the Spalier world. Originally, I had prepared these 3 Beast Kings to deal with the demigods of the 3 empires. But now, all of you are here, and in order to seal me, you can no longer retreat. The Beast King's voice was filled with joy. What do you think will happen to the 3 empires that have lost their 3 guardians under the attack of 3 Beast Kings? What will happen? Does it even need to be said? In the face of a demigod, If there were no other demigods, no matter how many demigods there were in the three empires, they would be nothing but fodder. In the end, the three empires will not be able to escape the fate of destruction. I would like to see how the Spalier world will resist my army of demonic beasts after losing all 5 of their demigods. The Beast King slowly closed his eyes. I hope that when I reappear, the Spalier world will still be the world of humans. After leaving the sentence, the Beast King's voice completely disappeared into the closed space vortex. What was left was a small, transparent vortex that was covered by the 5 demigods of the Spalier world. It was slowly rotating, and there was a stifling silence. Chapter 1892. 7 pairs of eyes focused on the transparent whirlpool in front of the guardian tree sapling, which was surrounded by a light screen, and remained silent for a long time. Although it looked like the transparent whirlpool was only rotating slowly, and there was nothing strange about it, everyone present knew that if they were not careful, a demon king would come out of the whirlpool. This was definitely not a joke. What was even more serious was the words left behind by the demon king when he fell into a short slumber. 3 demigod beast kings. There were 3 demigod beast kings in the magical beast army that was attacking the 3 empires in the Spalier world. Originally, the beast kings had the ability to command the magical beasts that were below the demigod level. It was because of this ability that the 3 empires paid so much attention to the birth of the beast kings, and the magical beasts broke their own rules and ran out of their habitats. Without the orders of the beast kings, the magical beasts with low intelligence and territorial awareness would never run out of the behemoth forest and enter the human world. Not only that, the magical beasts lived in a world where the strong preyed on the weak. It was not uncommon for high-level magical beasts to treat low-level magical beasts as food, and low-level magical beasts to treat high-level magical beasts as their natural enemies. Under such circumstances, in a situation where there was food and natural enemies around them, they would not be able to survive. How could the magical beasts still unite and attack the humans? It was like putting a lion and a rabbit together. Both of them were animals, so who could make them attack the humans together? If there was such a situation, it would be the rabbit running away to avoid the lion, and the lion chasing after the rabbit to eat it. It would be impossible for the two to work together to hunt down the humans. However, the Beast Kings were able to do this. Therefore, if the Beast Kings were to be sealed here, they would lose their commander. The magical beasts would once again return to their normal state. They would not attack the 3 empires again. However, there were still 3 Beast Kings in the magical beast army. If what the Beast Kings said was true, then, with the 3 Beast Kings as their commander, even if the Beast Kings were to be sealed here, the magical beasts would still attack the 3 empires. The 3 guardian gods of the 3 empires had to stay here to maintain the seal of the Beast Kings. The situation was really urgent. Compared to the magical beasts, the humans were weaker than the magical beasts. They were already weaker in both numbers and power. Now that they had lost their guardian deity, the 3 great empires would definitely not be able to defeat the magical beast army, which had 3 Beast Kings. Therefore, the 3 guardian gods, Garin, Lena, and Magnubi, were already anxious. Miss Z. At that moment, the 3 guardian deities all looked at Z as if they were grasping at a life-saving straw. They spoke somewhat anxiously. What should we do now? The 3 of you, please calm down first. Cynthia tried to calm them down. Although the 5 of us can't leave, we still have Miss Z on our side. With Miss Z's strength, those 3 demigod-level magical beasts who borrowed the power of the pseudo-gods won't be able to cause any trouble. That's right. Even if there were 3 new Beast Kings among the magical beasts, these 3 Beast Kings had only just entered the demigod rank. For Z, who had already walked a long way in the demigod rank and had the power to control the realm, even if they joined forces, they might not be able to defeat Z. If Violet were to attack them one by one, these demigod-level demonic beasts that relied on the power of pseudo-gods to advance wouldn't be a match for her. If Z were to take action, the problem would not be too big. Unfortunately, Z shook her head with a bitter smile. Just like you, I can't leave this place. Garin, Lena, and Magnubi became even more anxious when they heard this. Why? Don't forget that the power of the five of you, the seal, and the guardian tree sapling has formed a balance with the Beast Kings. That's why the Beast Kings can't escape. The one who answered the three guardian gods was not Z. It was Wu Yen who smiled bitterly as well. Under such circumstances, it only takes one small magical beast to break in and affect you. The balance will be broken. By then, the Beast Kings will break the seal and the Spalier world will fall even faster. Unlike the realm of illusion and reality in Fantasy Village, the realm of illusion and reality that covered the entire capital of a different era was much higher in level. The realm of illusion and reality in the Fantasy Village was just to position the Fantasy Village as an illusory world to attract the monsters. It was just like a door that could lure the monsters. On the other hand, the realm of illusion and reality that covered the capital of a different era positioned the capital of a different era as a real world. Violet had personally created an illusory world to imprison the magical beast army. One was creating a door, the other was creating a world. It was obvious which was more difficult and burdensome. Therefore, unlike the Fantasy Village, Z could not leave this place as long as she maintained the realm of illusion and reality. Otherwise, the illusory world she created would definitely fall apart. At that time, the terrifying magical beast army would launch an attack on the capital of alternate generations and attack the 5 demigod-level experts with their lives on the line. The 5 demigod-level experts who were unable to free themselves to protect themselves would become living targets. Once they were attacked, the balance would be broken. The Beast Kings would break the seal and return. Furthermore, they did not know if other magical beasts would attack again. In order to prevent the Beast Kings from breaking the seal, Z had to stay in the capital of alternate generations and maintain the realm of illusion and reality. Similarly, she could not leave. In other words, it was not just the 5 demigod-level powerhouses of the Spalier world. Even Z could not leave this place to deal with the 3 half-baked Beast Kings. Understanding this point, the hearts of the 5 demigod-level powerhouses of the Spalier world instantly sank. If the Beast Kings were sealed, the 3 empires would still be attacked by magical beasts. If the Beast Kings were not sealed, the Spalier world would still be destroyed. Wasn't this unsolvable? Of course, it was not unsolvable. The 5 demigod-level powerhouses of the Spalier world were indeed unable to leave, and Z also had to stay in the capital of alternate generations. However, Wu Yen did not have such restrictions. With the Red Jade mode, Wu Yen could obtain the same level of power as Z at any time. How could he not be able to deal with the 3 half-baked Beast Kings who had reached the demigod level through external means? It was just that the 5 demigod-level powerhouses of the Spalier world did not know this, which was why they were so gloomy. Thinking of this, Wu Yen sighed softly and took a step forward. Just as he was about to explain his ability to the 5 demigod-level powerhouses of the Spalier world, Z suddenly spoke. Everyone, please rest assured. The 5 demigod-level powerhouses of the Spalier world were startled at the same time, then their faces lit up with joy. Miss Z. Mura, who was the most impatient of them all, spoke impatiently. Do you have any way to deal with the 3 Beast Kings and save the 3 empires? Garen, Linya, Cynthia, and Magnubi also looked at Z expectantly. Z did not disappoint the 5 demigod-level powerhouses of the Spalier world. Z's gem-like eyes flashed with wisdom as if she had thought of something and nodded. Not only do I have to deal with the 3 Beast Kings and save the 3 empires of the Spalier world, I also have a way to deal with the Beast Kings who have reached the demigod level. This time, not to mention the 5 demigod-level powerhouses of the Spalier world, even Wu Yen was pleasantly surprised. Everyone understood that even if the 3 Beast Kings and the demonic beast armies' attack on the human world were dealt with, the real problem was not solved. This was because the Beast Kings who had reached the demigod level were the real threat. As long as the Beast Kings broke out of their seal, no one would be their match. At that time, the Spalier world would still be faced with a great disaster. However, the Beast Kings breaking out of their seal was something that could not be avoided. If Z really had a way to deal with the Beast Kings who had reached the demigod level, then the real problem would be solved. Z looked at the 5 demigod-level powerhouses of the Spalier world and said solemnly, "However, we still need time to deal with them. So, I hope you can buy as much time as you can." Garen, Linya, Mura, Cynthia, Magnubi, and the other demigod-level powerhouses of the Spalier world looked at each other and said in a determined tone in unison, "Please rest assured, Miss Z. We will do our best." Only then did Z smile in relief. Chapter 1893. From the moment the Beast King led his army of demonic beasts to the capital of otherworldly beings, to the moment the 5 demigods of the Spalier world sealed the Beast King in the space created by the Guardian Tree sapling, only 30 minutes had passed. In a short 30 minutes, the densely packed locust-like magical beasts that had surrounded the capital of a different era were all gone. At the very least, they no longer appeared in this world, giving off a feeling that everything that happened just now was just an illusion. However, the Beast King destroyed the barrier around the capital of otherworldly beings, and the strange ripples that came from the platform at the edge of the capital of otherworldly beings told everyone that everything that happened just now was a false alarm. The Misaka sisters that were gathered by Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, Astria, and Lulu have returned to their respective residences. However, they didn't continue with their peaceful daily lives. Even though he had escaped unscathed, being surrounded by a semi-divinity stage Beast King and a horde of demonic beasts, he had only managed to shatter a barrier, and none of the buildings were damaged in the slightest. That was an extremely fortunate thing. However, they were lucky enough to encounter such a thing once, but would they be as lucky a second time? At the very least, for the Misaka sisters who were more rational than emotional, they would rather rely on themselves than place their hopes on an illusory fortune. Thus, after returning to their own residence, the group of Misaka sisters all chose some clothes that were more suitable for battle as if they had agreed beforehand. They also brought some weapons along with them. Of course, these weapons weren't armaments or machine guns like the ones the Misaka sisters used in the magic catalog world. They were the display device that Wu Yen brought back from the date battle. I have to admit that the Misaka sisters are pretty good. From the time Wu Yen brought back the display device and distributed it to the Misaka sisters, it has only been about a month in the Spalier world. In this short period of time, the Misaka sisters learned how to use the display device. Therefore, at present, in the capital of alternate generations, people could see people wearing swimsuit-style tights and equipped with some large weapons on every part of their body. They were armed to the teeth and looked identical as they flew around the sky under the propulsion of propellers, appearing to be on high alert. Moreover, the Misaka sisters were in contact with each other through the Misaka network. They didn't need wireless communication to communicate with each other. It would take less than a second for them to communicate with each other. Since the Misaka sisters were in charge of guarding the capital of otherworldly beings, they should be reliable. With Yukari's realm of illusion and reality, she could trap all hostile demonic beasts into her illusory world. Behind her, there were 20,000 Misaka sisters equipped with the most advanced display device guarding the capital of otherworldly beings. The capital of otherworldly beings was even sturdier than a fortress. There was no need to worry about its safety. Hinajiku, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Astria returned to the heart of generations with Lulu after assigning them the task of guarding the Guardian Tree sapling to the Misaka sisters so they could report back to the Misaka sisters at any time. Everyone was either standing or sitting in the main hall. They listened to Wu Yan's explanation, including the truth behind the fall of the demigods, the birth of the demigods, the seal of the Beast Kings, and so on. The girls finally understood the urgency of the situation. Demigod Beast Kings. 3 newly born demigod Beast Kings. They split up and attacked the demonic beasts of the 3 empires. Mikoto bit her thumbnail. I didn't think things would get this bad. Now, the 5 demigods of the Spalier world can't leave the Beast King's seal. Yukari must stay here as well. The only one who can deal with the 3 demigod Beast Kings is Yen, right? Chuju turned to Wu Yen with a questioning gaze. Then, Yen, what do you plan to do? Originally, I wanted to take care of the 3 demigod beast kings myself. Wu Yan looked confused. But before I could say anything, Yukari interrupted me. She said she has a plan. Yukari? The group of girls was startled. They turned to look at the purple-robed man who was frowning. No one knew what he was thinking about. Yukari? Astria couldn't help but ask. Do you really have a plan? Of course I do, and it's very simple. Yukari maintained a frown as if she was thinking about something. She didn't seem to care about Astria's question, but she answered without hesitation. I'm afraid we don't have enough time. What's the plan? Mikoto couldn't wait to ask. Do you need our help? No need. I don't need anyone's help. Yukari said calmly. It should be said that no one is able to help. Yukari, don't keep us in suspense. Chuju shook her head. Hurry up and tell us this simple plan that requires time. I'm not keeping you in suspense. You all know the method, you just didn't realize it. Yukari sighed and looked at Wu Yen. Actually, as long as little Yen becomes a celestial, everything will be solved. Even Hinajiku, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Astria were stunned speechless when they heard the words Yen Xiaoyan became a god-tier master, let alone Lulu, who was still in the dark and didn't know what kind of power these people possessed. Indeed, as long as Wu Yen becomes a celestial, everything will be solved. No matter how strong the Beast King was, he was still just a false god, and the other 3 Beast Kings that relied on the power of false gods to climb to the demigod level were just dabblers. They definitely wouldn't be as strong as people who had advanced to the demigod level through normal means, and they weren't worth mentioning in front of a true god-level expert. However, is it that easy to become a celestial? Yukari? Wu Yen smiled bitterly. Do you think it's that easy? That's why I said we need time. Z put away the paper fan in her hand with a sound and smiled faintly. Fortunately, we still have the advantage in terms of time. Before Wu Yen and the girls could say anything, Yukari said to Wu Yen, Little Yen. For the next period of time, you don't have to care about anything else. Your only mission now is to complete the demigod path mission to the end and increase the effect of the item that can promote you to the peak of the demigod level. Everyone except Astria and Lulu understood what Yukari was trying to say. Yukari wants Wu Yen to buy time so he can complete the demigod path mission as soon as possible. Every time Yukari completes the demigod path mission, the item that can help the user to reach the pinnacle of demigod rank will receive a huge upgrade. As long as Yukari continues to complete the mission, it will only be a matter of time before the user reaches the pinnacle of demigod rank. The system also has a unique mythical armament that can be exchanged for. It allows the user to absorb divine energy and obtain a chance to reach the celestial rank. In other words, as long as Wu Yen can complete the demigod path quest, he can obtain the item that can raise the user to the pinnacle of demigod. Then, he can exchange it for a mythical armament from the system. That way, Wu Yen will have a chance to reach God tier. When the time comes, not even the Beast King of demigods will be able to do anything to Wu Yen. Wu Yen will defeat the Beast King and save the entire Spalier world. Fortunately, 1 day in the Spalier world is equivalent to 100 days in other worlds. This is our advantage. Yukari looked straight at Wu Yen. If you can reach the celestial rank before the Beast King breaks the seal, then we win. If you can't, then the consequences will be unimaginable. Hearing Purple's words, both those who understood the reason and those who were still in a daze fell silent. If Yukari can reach the celestial rank before the Beast King breaks the seal, then we win. If Yukari can't make it in time, then everyone will be killed by the Beast King, including everyone in the Spalier world. R1152. Chapter 1894. Behemoth Forest, capital of alternate generations. In the sky, the Misaka sisters, who were equipped with personal display devices for combat, were on high alert as they flew. On the streets, the Misaka sisters, who were armed with heavy weapons, formed groups of 2s and 3s as they patrolled the area. In the houses, many of the Misaka sisters were like snipers, hiding in ambush between the buildings. They used binoculars and sniper rifles to observe their surroundings. On top of the city walls, The Misaka sisters stood guard like sentinels. They looked identical and had the same expression. Their delicate faces were devoid of any emotions. This was the current situation in the capital of alternate generations. The leisure they had in the past was gone. In order to bring back this leisure, the Misaka sisters had put down their daily desires and worked hard to eliminate the dissidents, hoping to find what they wanted with their own hands. Since hard work was necessary, the Misaka sisters would not be stingy with their efforts. After all this time, the Misaka sisters were no longer risking their lives for a groundless experiment. Instead, they were working hard to take back the life they wanted. Therefore, there was no need to be stingy with their efforts. Walking down the street, Wu Yen looked at this scene and he couldn't help but sigh. The Misaka sisters were still expressionless and did not say anything. However, because they did not say anything, Wu Yen understood that the Misaka sisters were working hard. It can't be helped. In the past, if Wu Yen appeared on the streets, even if he wasn't surrounded by a large number of sisters, he would still be greeted with question marks. However, at this moment, the Misaka sisters ignored him and continued with their work. Was this not enough to show how serious the Misaka sisters were about this? Honestly speaking, after seeing this scene, Wu Yen was gratified. He also felt hearted. He was gratified that the Misaka sisters were starting to understand how to protect what they wanted and were working hard for it. As for heartache, it was because the Misaka sisters were really unfortunate. It was not easy for them to live the life they wanted, but in the end, he still welcomed the day when someone broke it. And all of this, it was all because Wu Yen was not strong enough. If Wu Yen had already become an ultimate god-level expert, then he would have been a god-level expert. That way, the Misaka sisters' lives would not be disrupted, and the Beast King would not be able to do anything to him. Violet did not need to be confined to this place, and the girls would not become worried and distressed. In the end, it was all because of the lack of strength. What Z said was right. As long as he could become a divine-level expert, then everything would be easily solved. Regardless of whether it was the Beast King, who had reached the false god realm and was regarded as a demon king, or the magical beast army that was attacking the entire Spalier world, they would all become clowns. In the future, no one would dare to cause trouble in the capital of alternate generations and break the life that everyone yearned for. Because from then on, everyone would know that there was an invincible divine-level expert in this foreign city that outsiders could not enter. In addition, the problem of the fantasy paradise could also be solved because Wu Yen had become a divine-level expert. Therefore, Wu Yen clearly knew one fact. Only by becoming a divine-level expert could he ensure everyone's happiness and protect every girl in this city. In fact, Wu Yen had known this fact since the beginning. It was also because of this that he had been rushing between the various instance dungeons to increase his strength. However, compared to now, in the past, Wu Yen had never yearned for it as much as he did now. He yearned to become an ultimate expert. Only then could he protect everything. Therefore, he had to reach divine level. After making this decision in his heart, Wu Yen quickened his pace and walked forward. Violet had said that the Beast King could break out of the seal at any time. However, even Violet could not predict the exact time it would break out of the seal. Therefore, Wu Yen had to complete his demigod path mission as soon as possible and fight for every minute and second. The sooner he became a divine-level expert, the more insurance he would have. Because of this, Violet did not even intend to let Wu Yen deal with the matter of the 3 Beast Kings. Instead, she claimed that she would leave the matter of the 3 Beast Kings to her. Wu Yen only needed to focus on completing the demigod path mission. For this reason, Wu Yen wanted to refute with all his might. Now, the 5 demigod experts of the Spalier world were unable to leave the sealing platform. Violet also had no way to leave the capital of alternate generations. Apart from Wu Yen, the rest who could unleash the power of the demigod level could not make a move. Since that was the case, if even Wu Yen left, who would deal with the 3 Beast Kings? Of course, he wanted to refute, but this reason was not enough to convince Violet. After all, compared to the 3 Beast Kings, the Beast Kings with the power of the demigod level were the real threat. If he were to waste too much time dealing with the 3 Beast Kings, What would he do if the semi-divinity realm beast kings were to break out of their seals? At that time, even if the 3 beast kings were dealt with, no one would be able to deal with the beast kings at the demigod level. The humans of the Spalier world would still be wiped out. Therefore, no matter what, Wu Yen could not waste time dealing with the 3 beast kings. Completing the demigod path mission as soon as possible was the most important thing. It was also because he understood this point that although Wu Yen wanted to refute, he did not say anything. Instead, he agreed. However, before he raced against time, Wu Yen still wanted to check out the situation on the platform. After passing through the streets that seemed to have been transported from different eras, and passing by the buildings that were out of place, yet strangely dreamy, Wu Yen came to the edge of the capital of a different era, and came to the platform where the sapling of the guardian tree was planted. On the platform, the sapling of the guardian tree was still emitting a weak, gentle green light and a ripple of vicissitudes of life. In front of the sapling of the guardian tree, a transparent space vortex that was only the size of a palm was rotating slowly. The vortex was surrounded by a layer of colorful light curtain, as if a circle of rainbow had been added to the vortex. It looked very beautiful. But although it was beautiful, once this beauty was disturbed, it would become the most hideous and dangerous thing in the world. Garen, Linya, Mula, Cynthia and Maganubi surrounded it in the middle and stood straight as if they were the guards of a prison. Because of this beautiful scene that could become the most dangerous thing at any time, Garen, Linya, Mula, Cynthia and Maganubi surrounded it and stood straight like the guards of a prison. With a closer look, one could see streams of warrior power and magic power slowly rising from the bodies of Garen, Linya, Mula, Cynthia and Maganubi. The streams of warrior power and magic power were being injected into the weirdly shaped legendary weapons in their hands. The 5 legendary armaments were emitting a soft glow and ripples that could not be seen by the naked eye reverberated on the rotating space vortex. Gradually, the ripples turned into streaks of colorful light and injected into the light curtain that covered the space vortex, maintaining it. With the enhancement of Garen, Linya, Mura, Cynthia, and Maganubi with their legendary armaments, as well as the seal left by the gods and the power of the sapling of the guardian tree, the Beast King was barely sealed in the space vortex. If this balance was broken, the Beast King would break out of the seal. In order to break the seal, the Beast King was secretly accumulating his power. On the other hand, Garen, Linya, Mura, Cynthia, and Maganubi were constantly consuming their power in order to strengthen the seal and the space vortex. It was only a matter of time before the Beast King broke out of the seal. It was not unreasonable for Purple to be so eager for Wu Yen to complete the mission of the demigod path and become a god-level master. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Wu Yen also knew that he did not have much time left. He quickly collected his emotions and walked towards the platform. Garen, Linya, Mula, Cynthia, and Maganubi were focused on controlling their power so that they wouldn't waste any of it. They tried to prolong their energy depletion by using this method. Garen, Linya, Mula, Cynthia, and Maganubi noticed someone approaching them. They turned towards the direction of the footsteps. When they saw that the footsteps belonged to Wu Yen, the vigilance in their eyes disappeared. Seeing this, Wu Yen could not help but admire Garen, Linya, Mura, Cynthia, and Maganubi. They did not know what Purple's plan was, but they still did their best. The 5 demigod masters of the Spalier world were indeed worthy of respect. Chapter 1895. Gazing at the figure walking towards them, Garen, Linya, Mula, Cynthia and Maganubi didn't realize until this moment that he was walking towards them. This young man who looked like he was in his 20s had already reached the peak of the 9th stage. A peak of the 9th stage in his 20s? Was there ever such a young peak of the 9th stage in the history of the Spalier world? Of course, only Cynthia, who had never met Wu Yen, had this thought. Garen, Linya, and Maganubi were even more shocked. After all, they had only met Wu Yen once on the Emperor Island. However, Wu Yen had only just reached the 9th stage and had only reached the intermediate 9th stage after coming out of the place of god spirits. How long had it been since he came back from the Emperor Island? Was it a month? It didn't seem so. Was it possible for someone to reach the peak of the ninth stage from the intermediate ninth stage in less than a month? If it really did exist, wouldn't the patriarch of the Guardian clan have to find a thick wall and kill himself? After all, the patriarch of the Guardian clan had been at the peak of the ninth stage for many years and had entered the place of God's spirits countless times before finally obtaining the opportunity to rise to the peak of the ninth stage in the last trip to the place of God's spirits. It wasn't easy for them to obtain this opportunity, and now it was easily surpassed by this young man who was only at the intermediate ninth stage less than a month ago. How could they not be shocked? As for Mura, he had already started to doubt his own eyes. As a demigod who had been hiding in the Spalier world, Mura clearly remembered that Wu Yen was only at the peak of the seventh stage when he came to buy magic crystals from his crappy magic crystal shop. Counting from then until now, was there even half a year in between? It didn't seem to be the same. But was it possible for a person to reach the peak of the ninth stage from the peak of the seventh stage in half a year? No matter who asked this question, there was only one answer: impossible. But now, the impossible was right before Mura's eyes. Mura did not doubt his eyes at all. He even wondered if he was dreaming. In this silent situation, Wu Yen walked up to the platform, the 5 demigods, and the palm-sized spatial vortex. Just as he was about to greet them, the 5 demigod powerhouses looked at him strangely, curiously, shockingly, or in disbelief. He was confused. What's wrong? After hearing Wu Yan's voice, only then did the 5 demigod experts come back to their senses. They looked at each other and laughed bitterly in unison. "Brat, how did you cultivate?" Mura said in his unique hoarse voice. He couldn't help but ask. How did he improve so quickly? Fast? Wu Yen paused for a second before he understood what Mura meant. He shook his head and glanced at Cynthia. Is this really fast? Sensing Wu Yan's gaze, the 5 demigod experts understood why Wu Yen said that. If she's young, then isn't Cynthia younger than Wu Yen? If Cynthia, who was younger than Wu Yen, could reach the demigod rank, then was Wu Yan's peak of the ninth stage considered fast? That was what Wu Yen wanted to express. The 5 demigod experts laughed when they understood what Wu Yen meant. I'm different from you. Cynthia didn't take her demigod rank identity seriously at all. Just like an ordinary girl, she playfully blinked her eyes. I didn't rely on my own cultivation to reach this stage, so you can't compare with me. You didn't cultivate by yourself. Wu Yen paused for a second. What do you mean by that? It's not strange that you don't know. Only us old fellows and the 3 princes of the 3 empires know about this. Jarlin explained. I'm sure you know why the royal families of the 3 empires are always guaranteed to have a demigod as their guardian god, right? It's because of the existence of the land of gods. Wu Yen answered directly. Because there are many opportunities in the land of gods that can transform people, the royal families of the 3 empires are always guaranteed to have a guardian god protecting the 3 empires, right? That's right. Magnubi nodded heavily. But other than the 3 empires, there is another faction in the Spalier world, or rather, a tribe that has their own method of ensuring the birth of a demigod. Tribe? Wu Yen gasped. There was a faction in the Spalier world that could guarantee the birth of a demigod? Since there was such a faction, why hadn't he heard of it? It's not that I haven't heard of it, but I can't even if I wanted to. Linya shook her head. She seemed to have seen through Wu Yan's surprise. That's because, to put it nicely, there are only about 20 people in this clan. It's already a little difficult to form a clan, let alone form a force. That's why it's been hidden all this time and not known to outsiders. Then, Wu Yen turned to Cynthia. Then, Miss Cynthia, are you from that tribe? I am the saintess of the Iceland tribe. Cynthia didn't intend to hide it and smiled politely. The Iceland tribe is a tribe that lives on an island. A long time ago, a demigod was born in our tribe. Now, we call him the Divine Ancestor. The Iceland tribe was overjoyed at the birth of the Divine Ancestor. However, the Divine Ancestor was only able to become a demigod due to luck. By the time the Divine Ancestor became a demigod, his lifespan was already nearing its end. He would pass away soon. Cynthia seemed to have a lot of yearning for the divine ancestor. Her playful tone turned respectful. In order to prevent the demigod power that he had spent his entire life to successfully break through to become a demigod by chance, the divine ancestor did everything he could to create an inheritance method before his lifespan ran out. Based on the special bloodline of the Iceland clan, he could pass on all of his power to his descendants. This inheritance method could only be used by the Iceland clan with the purest bloodline in order to obtain the divine ancestor's demigod power. The Iceland tribe calls the person who obtains the divine ancestor's power the Saintess. I am the current Saintess of the Iceland tribe. Cynthia looked directly at Wu Yen and said in a playful tone, even though I managed to obtain the power of the divine ancestor through the inheritance and become a demigod, the power that I possess right now is the power of the divine ancestor. I didn't cultivate it myself, so I can't compare to you. Boy, don't listen to this girl's nonsense. If anyone could use the inheritance method that could give all the power of the predecessors, the three empires wouldn't need to enter the land of deities. They might as well learn this secret method. Mura shouted rudely. Although this inheritance method can be used by anyone who has the bloodline of the Iceland clan, it can only be used by super geniuses who have reached the 8th step at the age of 17. In the entire Iceland clan, there have only been 3 such geniuses who have obtained the divine ancestor's power and become demigod rank powerhouses. This girl is one of them. If you think that her talent isn't good enough, then be careful of the Iceland clan's people. Wu Yen was shocked. Reaching tier 8 at the age of 17? Even the famous genius Princess Sylph couldn't do that. In the entire Spalier World Academy, there wasn't a single genius who could reach tier 8 at the age of 17, let alone Sylph. In the history of the Spalier world, the number of geniuses with such talent can be counted on one hand. If even Sylph, the strongest student in the Spalier World Academy, couldn't do it, then no one else could. However, Cynthia did it. Cynthia, the Saintess of the Iceland tribe, is the most talented genius in the entire Spalier world. Wu Yen, who had such a thought, completely forgot about it. Cynthia took more than 10 years to reach tier 8. Wu Yen, on the other hand, took less than 3 months to reach tier 8 from a normal human. Although the system definitely contributed a lot to this, it was clear who was more monstrous just by looking at the data. Chapter 1896. She reached level 8 at the age of 17. It was because of her talent that she was able to obtain the power of the Iceland clan's divine ancestor and become a demigod. That was why Garin, Linya, Mula, and Magnubi didn't look down on Cynthia. Instead, they treated her as an equal. If anyone could obtain the inheritance of a demigod and become a demigod, that demigod would be nothing more than a nouveau riche. Let alone Garin, Linya, Mula, and Magnubi, even Wu Yen wouldn't think much of such a nouveau riche. Therefore, even though Cynthia was less than 20 years old, Garin, Linya, Mula, and Magnubi didn't look down on her. Mula couldn't help but stand up for Cynthia. Unfortunately, Mula's way of speaking was too crude. Cynthia couldn't help but chide him. Mr. Mula, please don't exaggerate. How am I exaggerating? Mura curled her lips indifferently. You're a super genius who reached tier 8 before the age of 17. Don't take your demigod strength as the work of others. You earn this strength through your own hard work. Can't you have some confidence in yourself? That's right. Mura, you're right. Linya couldn't help but smile as she looked at Cynthia. Cynthia, this is the strength that you earned with your own efforts. You must have some confidence in yourself. All right. Cynthia replied helplessly. She then looked at Wu Yen curiously. However, I don't have the confidence to reach peak level 9 in my 20s. That's the truth. That's true. Garin, Linya, Mula, and Magnubi were at a loss for words. It was no wonder that Garin, Linya, Mula, and Magnubi would react this way. In the history of the Spalier world, there were only a handful of people who reached level 8 before the age of 17. However, there was no one who reached level 9 before the age of 20. Not to mention, Wu Yen wasn't just a beginner level 9. He was at the peak of the 9th stage. As long as he took another step forward, The youngest demigod in the Spalier world's history would undoubtedly be Wu Yen. Of course, the saintess of the Iceland clan was an exception. He saw Cynthia leading the fire to his side. Wu Yen smiled helplessly. Then, he turned his eyes to Mura, who looked indifferent. He asked doubtfully, "Then, Mr. Mula, which special tribe do you belong to?" The royal families of the three empires were supported by the many treasures in the land of gods. Only then would they be able to guarantee the birth of a demigod powerhouse in every generation to act as the protector of the three empires. As for the Iceland clan, due to their inheritance method, although they couldn't always have a demigod powerhouse, they still had the means to ensure the birth of a demigod powerhouse. Once a genius clan member who reached the 8th step before the age of 17 appeared, they would be able to give birth to a demigod powerhouse. Then, what was up with this demigod powerhouse who had been hiding in the Spalier World Academy and was the boss of a magic crystal store? Could it be that he cultivated all by himself? Wu Yen wasn't sure if it was his illusion, but after the topic was shifted to Mura, Garin, Linya, and Magnubi's expressions became a little strange. They were a little helpless and a little angry. "It's a little complicated for me." However, Mura didn't care about the expressions of Garin, Linya, and Magnubi as he directly opened his mouth and uttered such a shocking sentence. "Actually, strictly speaking, I'm also a member of the royal families of the three empires." "You're a member of the royal families of the three empires?" This time, Wu Yen was really surprised. There was a protector in the royal families of the three empires? Don't get me wrong. I'm not a protector. Mura waved his hand and said casually, "As I said, strictly speaking, I'm a member of the royal families of the three empires. In fact, I have nothing to do with the royal families of the three empires." Garin, Linya, and Magnubi all frowned at the same time when they heard this. "Mura, I know you don't like the royal families of the three empires," Garin said with a frown. "But you don't have to cut ties with the royal families of the three empires." "Cut ties?" Mura sneered. "If I wanted to cut ties with the three empires, I wouldn't have stayed in the academy." Garin, Linya, and Magnubi were a little angry and helpless. "What's wrong?" Wu Yen was curious about the story. "Is it because something happened?" "It's not something worth investigating. Of course, it's not a secret either. If you want to know, I'll tell you." Mura snorted. "It'll be easier for you to understand if I tell you this. My grandfather is a member of the Ailu imperial family. My grandmother is a member of the Fea imperial family. They gave birth to my mother. My father is a member of the Baruba imperial family." Wu Yen almost complained when he heard Mura's words. Is it really that easy to understand? Fortunately, Wu Yen was smart enough to figure out the meaning behind Mura's words. Mura's grandfather was a member of the Ailu imperial family. His grandmother was a member of the Fea imperial family. In other words, Mura's mother was a mixed blood of the Ailu imperial family and the Fea imperial family. Mura's father was a member of the Baruba imperial family. His mother was a mixed blood of the Ailu imperial family and the Fea imperial family. In other words, Mura was a mixed blood of the Ailu imperial family, the Baruba imperial family, and the Fea imperial family. Does that mean Mura has the support of the three empires? Kid, don't think it's a good thing to have the bloodline of three empires? Mura noticed something from Wu Yan's expression and sneered. In the eyes of the direct descendants of the royal family, a mixed blood like me would only be stigmatized as impure. Not to mention the right of succession to the throne, I was not even qualified to call myself a prince. I was even disliked and humiliated by the so-called princes of the royal family of the three empires and almost got killed. Hearing this, Garin, Linya, and Magnubi fell silent. Obviously, what Mura said was true. Since you know about the God Spirit lands, you should know that as long as you are a rank 6 member of the three empires, you can enter the God Spirit lands once every 10 years, right? Mura pouted as if she wasn't talking about herself. Back then, I was forcefully snatched away because of my identity as a mixed blood of the royal families of the three empires. Others can enter the land of gods once every 10 years, but I can only enter once every 30 years. However, when I advanced to rank 9, the royal families of the 3 empires came to me to get a rank 9 powerhouse. Mura's face was filled with disdain as he spoke. And when I advanced to the demigod level, these 3 fellows came to visit me personally. It was as if they were reuniting with me. Why did they bully me when I wasn't strong enough? Why did they come to fight for me once I became valuable? Because I've seen through their faces, I directly announced that I have nothing to do with the royal families of the 3 empires from now on. Mura said as he let out a sigh. Regardless, I was once a member of the royal family of one of the 3 empires when I entered the Divine Lands. If it weren't for the opportunities one received there, I wouldn't be where I am now. That's why even though I'm not related to the royal family of the 3 empires, I'm willing to stay in Silveria World Institute and become its guardian angel. I want to protect the new generation of Silveria World Institute. Now it seems that I made the right decision. Mura sighed with emotion. If not for the fact that I was in the academy and was attacked by the magical beast army, who knows what would have happened to the academy? Oh right. Wu Yan's eyes lit up when he heard Mura's words. Mr. Mura, how is the academy now? With me around, the students will be fine. The Ailu Empire's people must have arranged for them to take refuge or participate in the battles in other cities. Mura looked a little upset. But the academy itself can't be saved. We can only rebuild it in the future. I wonder how the 3 empires are doing. Cynthia looked at Wu Yan worriedly. Is Miss Violet all right? Wu Yan nodded under the gazes of Garin, Linya, Mura, Cynthia, and Maganubi. Leave it to us. Chapter 1897. He stood in the hall and opened his wine-red eyes slightly. His gaze was like an arrow as he surveyed the area in front of him. In front of this pair of deep eyes, a few young girls were lined up in an uneven manner. They also cast their gazes over and stared at the owner of those wine-red eyes. They did not say anything, but there was a strange sense of trust in their eyes. This kind of trust that doesn't require any reason or basis may be blind, but Wu Yan who received this kind of blind trust felt warm inside. Even so, Wu Yan could not help but ask, "Don't you need me to kill the 3 beast kings leading the beast army?" It can't be helped that Wu Yan is so worried. The 5 demigod masters in the Spalier world could not leave the sealed beast kings platform. Purple could not leave the capital of alternate generations either. If it left, there would be no one left who could defeat the demigod beast kings. Under such circumstances, Wu Yan could not help but worry. However, no matter how worried Wu Yan was, it was useless. I know what you're thinking, but I have to help you buy time as soon as possible. Little Yan, you know this. Purple shook its head gently as if it was patiently teaching a child who was throwing a tantrum. Instead of worrying about the situation here, it's better to finish the mission as soon as possible. If that's the case, you might be able to kill the 3 beast kings when you come back. Purple was not just saying that for fun. Although they had to complete the demigod path mission and upgrade the effect of the demigod path reward item to the pinnacle of the demigod level, the system didn't mention how many rounds of the demigod path mission one would have to complete in order to upgrade the effect of the item to that level. Therefore, no one knew about it. Maybe he could reach the goal in the next round, or maybe he would have to complete dozens of rounds. Anyway, anything was possible. If he was lucky, the next round of the demigod path mission would be announced as over. Wu Yan would then be able to kill the 3 beast kings in time due to the difference in the time ratio between the 2 worlds. If he was unlucky, the demigod path mission had never reached its ideal state. Perhaps they would wait until the beast king broke the seal. Wu Yan was still wandering around in some unknown instance dungeon world. On the other hand, the system had no idea how many more rings it would have to complete before Wu Yan could advance to the peak of a demigod. After all, the items required for each round of the demigod path mission were different. Among these items, there were some that could increase the effects of the demigod ascension tool by a lot, while others could increase the effects by a little. There was no way to know in advance, so even the system did not know to what extent the demigod ascension tool would be. This was also one of the reasons why Violet asked Wu Yan to hurry up. No matter what, the sooner it was completed, the better. Even though he knew this, Wu Yan still couldn't help but worry. You really don't have to worry. It was rare for Chuju to speak so softly as she smiled confidently. Although our opponents were 3 demigod powerhouses, didn't we also encounter a demigod level 9 giant spider queen when we were searching for treasures in the supply town with the auction house? Didn't we also come out unscathed then? What do you mean peak of a tier 7? Wu Yan said helplessly. Didn't we have Ikaros with us? But isn't Ikaros also at peak of a tier 8? Mikoto rolled her eyes. You don't have to worry so much. There are so many of us here, there's bound to be a way. Plus, we won't die. As Wu Yan summons, even if the girls were killed, Wu Yan only needed to spend half of the summoning points he spent to summon them to revive them. This was what Mikoto wanted to say. But this reason was not enough to convince Wu Yan. Could it be that because he could be resurrected, he could safely send the girls to their deaths? Others might be able to do it, even the girls themselves, but Wu Yan admitted that he couldn't do it. How about I summon another demigod? Wu Yan frowned. There shouldn't be a problem then, right? No problem, Yukari said with a half smile. If there isn't a problem, why didn't you summon them from the start? Wu Yan choked. Little Yen, you don't have any summoning points left, right? Yukari exposed Wu Yan's lie. You must have used up all your summoning points when summoning that squatting princess in the Forever Pavilion, right? I still have 5 demigod magic crystals on me. Wu Yan retorted like he's trying to be brave. If you take out 5 demigod mana crystals and exchange them for items that can be exchanged for summoning points, you should be able to gather enough points to summon a demigod, right? That may be the case, but I don't agree with that. Yukari sighed. Let's not talk about us. Little Yen, since you knew you had 5 demigod rank magic crystals, why didn't you exchange them for items that could earn you summoning points to summon a demigod rank character? This time, Wu Yan fell silent. Yukari is right, Wu Yan did have 5 demigod tier magic crystals left. He wanted to trade them for summoning points and turn them into the system. That way, he would be able to gather enough points to summon a demigod tier powerhouse. But he gave up on that idea. Now that the Spalier world was in danger, who would have the time to trade with Wu Yan? Besides, even if he had the time, Wu Yan would have to complete the Demigod's Path mission. It was a race against time, wasn't it? Wu Yan couldn't help but hate himself. Why didn't he prepare more summoning points? It wasn't Wu Yan's fault. His strength had reached a point where it couldn't be ignored. There were very few places where he could rely on the system. It's because he's gradually getting rid of his dependence on the system that he didn't actively increase his points. Now, when he needs them, he doesn't have them. He's in a tight spot right now. I told you you're worrying too much. Mikoto complained. Stop wasting time. Let's get going and complete the Demigod's Path mission as soon as possible. You should have more faith in us. Chuju stroked her waist-length pink hair and smiled. Even if we face 3 demigod beast kings, we won't lose. I will do my best. Astria clenched her fists. I won't disappoint Master. Master. Ikaros looked at Wu Yan with a determined gaze. She didn't say anything, but she conveyed her thoughts to Wu Yan. See that? Yukari shrugged and smiled. It's good for a man to be protective, but overdoing it will turn a woman into a vase. Yen, it's time for you to show these girls that they aren't just vases. Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Astria nodded in unison. Wu Yan lowered his head and after a moment of silence, he bitterly smiled. Since you've already said so much, I'm going to look like an old woman if I don't. Wu Yan looked at Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Astria again. His lips curved into a smile. If I'm going to do something, I have to do it to the best of my ability. I can't lose. Astria smiled. Ikaros' expression softened. Chuju and Mikoto looked at each other with confident smiles. They said in unison, "Who do you think we are?" White Emperor College's student council president is someone who doesn't know what it means to admit defeat. Tokuwadai's electric princess was also a person who charged forward bravely and would never admit defeat. This is Chuju and Mikoto's confidence. It's a dazzling confidence. Recalling the confidence of these girls, Wu Yen laughed out loud. His smiling face became an afterimage in the eyes of the girls. Then he disappeared from the spot. The girls stared at the direction where Wu Yen disappeared in silence. After a while, Yukari patted her fan. "All right, it's time for us to welcome our comrades." Ikaros, Astria and Hinajiku, Mikoto and Hinajiku were also taken aback. After a while, they seemed to have thought of something and chuckled. That's right. Without their help, it would be a very troublesome matter. Chapter 1898. This is an open-air platform located at the top of the heart of Generations. The floor of the platform was made of red stone bricks that were as red as blood, but it didn't make people feel horrified. Instead, it revealed a trace of beauty. Just like the carpets in the luxurious halls, it exuded a kind of aura that only high-end consumers could enjoy. It made people feel restrained. There's no ceiling above the platform. Instead, there's a fence made out of ceramic bars that cover the entire platform. There are canopies on both sides that can be opened to form a ceiling. The platform was surrounded by extremely strange walls. The walls were not like the platform's floor, which was paved with stone bricks. Instead, they seemed to be made of water, like a sponge that kept rippling. It made one unconsciously feel as if the platform was soaked in the deep sea. The walls of the platform weren't originally like this. The reason why they're like this is because the owner of the Heart of Generations and the owner of the Capital of Alternate Generations set up a barrier around the platform. Of course, the reason for setting up the barrier was very simple. It was to protect the lake in the central area of the open-air platform, which was about 1 meter higher than the ground. To be precise, it should be said that it was to protect the beautiful girls in the lake who were either sitting or lying in the water with their beautiful eyes tightly closed. These beautiful girls had been in this tranquil state for quite some time. But today, this tranquility is destined to be broken. At a certain moment, the door to the open-air platform slowly opened with a kacha sound. Yukari led Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Astria into the quiet place. They stepped on the carpet-like ground and mercilessly tore the tranquility apart. They climbed the stairs in front of the platform and arrived in front of the lake. The group of 5 young ladies all cast their gazes towards the lake that they had stayed in not long ago, overlooking the scene inside. In the lake where the young girls were soaking, tiny streams of water that were invisible to the naked eye were slowly flowing around the naked bodies of the young girls, gently entering the soft and slender bodies of the young girls who had their eyes tightly shut. With the infusion of these tiny streams, the auras of the beautiful girls gradually changed. One moment they were strong, the next they were weak. Just like the diagrams on an electrocardiogram, they rose and fell rhythmically. If one looks closely, they'll notice that every time the aura fluctuates, the girl's aura will break through the peak and push them a little closer to their peak. It was also this scene that proved that the young lady soaking in the lake with her eyes closed wasn't a sleeping beauty or a mermaid, but a Valkyrie who was gradually recovering. His gaze swept across the faces of the girls in the lake one by one. Aside from Yukaros, who was expressionless, Hinajiku, Mikoto, and Astria all had mixed expressions. They're happy because their companions are getting stronger little by little. What he was worried about was that he didn't know how long this increase in strength would last. In theory, the longer they stay in the lake, the stronger the girls will get. This is what Chuju, Mikoto, and Astria want to see. However, based on the current situation, if this situation continued, they would be isolated and helpless. No one would be able to help them. Under the influence of these conflicting emotions, Hinajiku, Mikoto, and Astria's expressions turned gloomy. Even though the longer we soak in the lake, the more benefits we get. Mikoto was the first to complain. But isn't this a little too long? I don't think I took this long to soak in the lake either, right? After all, it's diluted pool water. Yen also said that not only would the effect be reduced, even the time needed for the transformation would increase by a lot. The reason we were able to finish it so quickly was also because of our better physique, right? Hinajiku was troubled as well. I wonder if they can continue to transform in the future if I wake them up now? No. There's no need for that. Yukari put away her paper fan with an enigmatic smile. Today, let's complete the transformation of these little girls. Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Astria focused their attention on Yukari. Can you do it? Mikoto's tone carried a hint of surprise, as well as a hint of suspicion. It's best if we don't affect their transformation, don't worry. Yukari shook her head. I just want to increase the speed at which the little girls absorb the pool water. Speed up their absorption rate? You mean speed up their transformation? Hinajuku exclaimed in surprise. If there's such a method, why didn't we use it earlier? I was just worried about the consequences of being too greedy, Yukari explained with a chuckle. Now, since they are already halfway through their metamorphosis, let's speed up the second half of their metamorphosis. Even if there is an impact, it won't be too much. After saying this, Ziwei took a step forward and looked at the girls in the lake. She gently pointed the folded paper fan in her hand forward. The realm of distance and closeness. The instant her voice fell, a circle of formless ripples spread out from the paper fan that Z had pointed to the front like a ripple. The ripples slowly reverberated, spreading through the space in front of the paper fan, the surrounding air, the beautiful floor, and the boiling water vapor in the lake. Under the effect of the ripples, the small clear streams that were flowing toward the young women in the lake suddenly came to a standstill. Then, as if they had entered an invisible space, they all appeared around the young women in a flash. Under the effect of the near and far realm, the pool water with the transformation effect was separated from the normal lake water and gathered around the girls who were transforming. The realm of speed and closeness. At this moment, the frequency of the ripples that were spreading to the surroundings quietly changed. This time, the ripples passed through the lake water, but the lake water did not change in the slightest. Instead, the pool water that gathered around the girls, which had the effect of metamorphosis, suddenly swelled up and rushed into the naked bodies of the girls at an extremely fast speed. The influx of large amounts of water caused a change in the aura of the girls, which had been fluctuating rhythmically. It was no longer fluctuating up and down. Instead, it was as if they had encountered a rising tide, suddenly rising upwards. Under such a violent rise, the young girls in the lake all frowned. There was nothing they could do about it. Although the flow of the pool water had increased, the absorption speed of the girls did not increase. Naturally, this led to the pool water that had not yet participated in the transformation and was absorbed by the girls to accumulate in their bodies. Therefore, it was natural for the girls to feel depressed. Yukari's sister. Hinajuku, Mikoto, and Astria all gasped at the same time. Even Ikaros couldn't help but reveal a worried expression. Purple did not have any reaction to this. Instead, with a leisurely chuckle, she opened the paper fan in her hand and waved it forward after the pool water that had gathered around the girls had completely entered their bodies. The realm of restriction and release. In an instant, the ripple that reverberated around the lake gathered and turned into an invisible airflow that rushed into the girls' bodies. The human body has a certain function that automatically limits one's potential. In order to prevent too much explosive power from damaging the body, and to prevent too much potential from being wasted, this restriction will accompany a person until they die, until they grow old. Now, Yukari used her realm power to temporarily remove the restriction in the girls' bodies, freeing their bodies' original functions. As a result, the absorption ability of the girls' cells, skin, internal organs, and other tissues instantly increased. They absorbed all the pool water accumulated in their bodies for the metamorphosis. Waves of powerful auras rose from each of the young girls. R1152. Chapter 1899. Buzz. Like a rising pillar of light, the invisible aura converged into a visible wave of air. Fiercely, the beautiful girls soaked in the lake soared into the sky, jumping up and down as if they were alive. In the lake water that had consumed all the water with the transformation effect was blown by the air waves formed by the aura. It was as if a huge whale had flipped its body inside. The water surface fluctuated violently like waves, rolling up and down. Yukari, Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Astrea took a step back at the same time. The rising lake water seemed to have been calculated, or it seemed to have encountered some kind of obstacle. It only stopped when it was right in front of the five of them. When the water in the lake returned to its tranquil and clear state, the naked young ladies who were soaking in the water with their eyes closed opened their eyes. Their eyes were full of color as they cast their colorful gazes towards the shore. Yukari, Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Astrea exchanged glances with the naked girls. Yukari, Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Astrea didn't say a word. Shokuhun Misaki, level 80, Itsuka Kodari, level 83, Tokisaki Kurumi, level 82, Night Sword God Toka, level 83, Yoshino, level 80, Hachu Yagia, level 80, 8th Dance Evening Chord, level 80, Night Charmer, level 80, Kinuta Sai, level 80, Frenda, level 80, Takitsubo Riku, level 80, Shokuhun Misaki, Itsuka Kodari, Tokisaki Kurumi, Night Blade God Toka. For Bonos, Bawi Jushu, 8 Dances of the Evening Strings, Seducing Meijio, Kinuta Sai, Frenda, Takitsubo Riku, a row of 11 girls, who had their eyes closed as if they were sleeping a second ago, suddenly opened their eyes. He had finally woken up. After ending their long and short hibernation, the 11 girls showed their transformations to Yukari, Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Astrea. Shockingly, each of the girls had already advanced to the 9th stage after the transformation of the pool water. 11 Type 9 powerhouses. The 11 girls in front of him, who were all under 20 years old, had reached a level that no one else in the Spalier world could reach in their entire lives. Compared to these 11 girls, Cynthia, who had reached the 8th level at the age of 17, seemed rather ordinary. Of course, apart from these 11 girls at the 9th step. In the lake, there was another person whose level had not been detected by the system. Kite Origami. Although the system didn't detect the level of this girl who could only display a slightly stronger fighting technique in the state of an ordinary person, everyone here knew that when Tabichi Origami put on her personal combat display device, she would be able to display her full strength. Only then would his true strength be revealed. At that time, Tabichi Origami wouldn't be any weaker than the other girls. He kept his eyes on the 12 girls. Yukari, Hinajiku, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Astrea looked at each other and their eyes lit up with joy. About half an hour later, in the Hall of Generations Heart, Yukari, Hinajiku, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Astrea were all gathered in one place. They were either standing or sitting at every corner of the hall. At this time, the 12 girls who came out of the lake had all changed into their own clothes. Each of the girls with outstanding appearances looked extremely gorgeous under the contrast of various cute, beautiful, and colorful clothes. In addition, there were quite a few of these girls. If there was an outsider present, no matter if that person was a man or a woman, he or she would be dazzled, right? The girls were also doing their own things. Shokuhun Misaki, Kodari, and Kurumi were all sitting on the sofa. Kurumi looked a bit absent-minded, while Shokuhun Misaki and Kodari seemed to be very focused on their conversation. Toka was with Astrea. The Chowhound Angel and Chowhound Fairy took up a corner of the hall. They seemed to be chatting about something. Astrea was talking about something excitedly while Toka listened to her with an exaggerated expression. Every now and then, she would jump up and down in surprise. Yi Juya and Shi Xian stood to the side, exchanging glances with each other. There was a hint of confusion in their expressions. Meijio stood some distance away from the girls. Her gaze swept across the faces of the girls in front of her. Her eyes were filled with longing and she almost had a heart attack. Yoshino was standing beside Ikaros. She didn't know what was going on. She was talking to Yoshino, who was squeaking in her hand. Koichi Origami was standing by the window. Through the window, she stared at the Misaka sisters who were flying around in the sky with their personal combat display device. Her blue eyes were flashing with an indescribable emotion. Nobody knew what she was thinking about. On the other hand, Kinuta Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubo Riku, the trio that would never be separated, were huddled in a corner of the hall with their brows tightly knitted together. From the looks of it, these girls seemed to be doing their own things, presenting a picture of boredom. However, if one were to observe carefully, one would discover that these girls were all focused in one direction. In that direction, Yukari, Hinajiku, and Mikoto were sitting on the sofa. Hinajiku and Mikoto were explaining the current situation to the girls. It took them another half an hour to explain. It wasn't until half an hour later that Hinajiku and Mikoto finished their explanation. The girls also fell silent, filling the hall with a heavy atmosphere. Not long after, the atmosphere dissipated with the girls' exhalation. I think I have a rough idea of the situation. Shokuha Misaki pointed at her cheeks. Her golden eyes sparkled with a strange light. She looked like a cat that was about to capture its prey. She looked both happy and dangerous at the same time. No wonder Yukari woke us up. The situation is so urgent. It is indeed urgent, but rather than saying it is urgent, it is more like saying it is dangerous. Violet spoke in a relaxed tone that didn't sound like she was describing a dangerous matter at all. That's because you'll have to think of a way to deal with the 3 demigod beast kings who borrowed the power of the false gods and the endless army of beasts running amok in the world of Silveria. Hearing this, some of the girls laughed bitterly, some of them were at a loss, some of them were eager to try, and some of them were in disbelief. Are you serious? Kotori subconsciously reached for her favorite lollipop, but she remembered that she just came out from the lake, so she didn't have a lollipop with her. The serious expression on her cute face instantly turned into annoyance. Do you think we have a chance of winning? Era? Kurumi tilted her head. Her exposed eyes flashed with a dangerous light. She licked the corner of her mouth. I think it's quite interesting. Are demigods that strong? Juya crossed his arms in front of his chest with an arrogant look on his face. They are just a bunch of beasts. Do they think they can resist my ultimate judgment? Objection. Vection. Shisien mercilessly narrowed her eyes and glared at the arrogant Ijuya. According to the system's rules, we are at least 10 levels lower than the beast Yakuya is talking about. Even if we form a party and wear equipment, we can't defeat the SS. Hey. This isn't a game. Kinuhata Sai raised her voice, trying to make her presence known. That's a demigod beast king. We can't defeat it. Don't lower your own morale. Mikoto slapped the table to get everyone's attention. No matter what, Yukari can't leave. We need to deal with the 3 demigod beast kings and the demonic beast army. At this moment, Origami, who was standing by the window, suddenly spoke in an emotionless voice. Where's Shido? Shido? Yen? Chuju paused for a moment before shaking her head. He's having a harder time than us. He can't do anything for now. Hearing this, the group of young girls once again became distressed. Of course, only they knew if they were troubled by the lack of a way to deal with the demonic beasts or if it was because Wu Yen wasn't here. Chapter 1900. For Yakuya, Shisien, Meijio, and Origami, who had just become summons not long ago, even if they were told that they had to deal with 3 demigods, they didn't know how strong these 3 demigods were. It can't be helped. As soon as they arrived at the Spalier world, all the elven girls entered the lake to transform. For Kotori and Kurumi, who have lived in the Spalier world for a while, they know what demigods mean. However, for Yakuya, Yushin, Meijio, and Origami, they don't know what demigods mean. That was why Yigeya, Shisien, Meijio, and Origami didn't feel nervous at all. In fact, Yigeya even had the look of, God is number 1 and I'm number 3. Meijio also placed most of her attention on those beautiful and cute girls. Shisien also seemed to be half asleep and didn't have much energy. Origami, on the other hand, lowered her head and said calmly after a moment of silence. Let's not talk about the 3 demigod kings for now. First, we have to deal with an endless number of monsters, right? Well, it's a little weird to call demigods monsters. Chuju scratched her face. But other than the 3 demigods, we have to deal with a lot of other demigods as well. That's more or less what you said. Hearing this, Origami nodded. He lifted his feet and walked out of the hall as if there was no one around. Mikoto called out. Where do you think you're going? Outside, Origami said without looking back. I promised Shido. I have to teach the girls how to use CR unit. The way they use it now is too crude. It won't be effective in battle. After saying that, Origami walked out of the hall, leaving the girls behind. Hinajiku, Mikoto, and the other girls couldn't help but be stunned. Right now, they were talking about something that could be considered as a matter of life and death. How could this girl run out to be an instructor so calmly? Yukari was the only one who stared at the direction Origami left with a smile on her face. Looks like little Yen made an interesting girl his summoner, Mikoto looked at Yukari in confusion. What do you mean? Misaka-san. Didn't you hear what she said? The girl's CR unit usage is too crude. It won't be effective in battle? Shokuhun Misaki pursed her lips and said with a meaningful tone. That girl named Tabichi Origami isn't just going to fulfill her promise. She's going to train her troops. Hearing this, many of the young girls revealed expressions of realization. The war against demigods isn't a simple battle. It's a real war. On one side are the humans. On the other side are the magical beasts. At this moment, only these two forces are clashing in Silveria. It's not a personal battle. Therefore, even though dealing with the three Beast Kings was a difficult task, the overwhelming magical beast army was also a problem that couldn't be ignored. Origami decided to leave the real boss to the girls while she became the general of an army. She's going to lead the soldiers she personally trained against the enemy. These soldiers were the Misaka sisters who only had a rudimentary understanding of the CR unit. In the words of Origami, their method of using the CR unit was still too crude. Even though it's a bit of last-minute preparation, with Origami's training, the Misaka girls will be able to raise their combat strength by a few levels. When facing the demigod army, whether it's to ensure their own safety or to wipe out the enemy, it's a good thing. That was Origami's plan. Not bad, that super newbie. Kinuhata Sai praised. She's not a simple character. In the end, that's what I thought too. Frenda started to shrink back. She might be even scarier than Yujino. Is that so? Takitsubu Riku smiled. I think she's quite reliable. What? Are you interested in Miss Toshiyuki? Meijio, who saw the opportunity, sneaked into the middle of the trio, giving Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku a shock. We would like to get to know you guys better. How about we have a cup of tea tonight? After saying that, Meijio looked at Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku with her sparkling eyes, causing them to have a strange feeling. Intuition told Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku that if they agreed to this request, they would lose something very important. That's right. Something very important. However, Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku couldn't directly reject a newcomer. They looked at each other and nodded, causing Meijio's eyes to turn into crescent moons. Tonight, Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku will regret their hasty decision. Of course, by that time, they won't be able to get back what they thought was important. Alright, let's get back to the topic. Shokuhun Misaki pretended to be deep in thought and looked at Yukari. Yukari, you should have a plan, right? In an instant, all the girls turned their attention to Yukari, who was sitting on the sofa. Under the gazes of all the girls present, Violet didn't even say a word. She only stretched her hand forward. Puchi. In the next moment, on the wall that the purple finger pointed at, 3 pitch-black cracks filled with sinister eyeballs appeared in front of all the girls with a tearing sound. In these 3 gaps, there were 3 scenes with the same plot even though the specific content was different. They were 3 cities that occupied vast areas and were surrounded by sturdy city walls. But now, these 3 sturdy cities were being attacked by all kinds of ferocious and terrifying magical beasts. Under the attack of the magical beasts, on the walls of the 3 cities, soldiers and spellcasters wielding bows and arrows were releasing arrows and spells imbued with battle energy, resisting the charging magical beast army. Suddenly, the roars of all kinds of magic beasts, the roars of soldiers, the murmurs of magicians chanting magic incantations, and the roars of the knights in the city reverberated in the air. It was as if the end of the world had arrived, and it made one's heart feel very heavy. While the group of young ladies were feeling depressed, Violet spoke up. As you can see, the 3 empires are only left with these 3 imperial cities. The other cities, including the Spalier World Academy, have all fallen and become the empire of the demonic beasts. The girls sucked in a deep breath of cold air. In the entire Spalier world, only 3 imperial cities were left and the other cities had all fallen? Doesn't that mean that once the 3 imperial cities fall, the entire Spalier world will be under the control of the demonic beasts? Even Shokuha Misaki couldn't hide her shock. But how many days has it been since the demonic beasts attacked the Spalier world? Had he already fallen to such a state? That's right. If the humans of the Spalier world really wanted to defend their cities, they wouldn't have fallen to this extent in just a few days. Yukari shook her head. However, the 3 emperors have already seen the current situation. They believe that if they continue to defend the other cities, they will be overwhelmed by the demonic beasts sooner or later. Thus, the 3 empires have decided to take away the important resources from the other cities and concentrate their forces on the imperial cities. They plan to use one imperial city as their base to fight the demonic beasts. A wise choice. Kotori nodded in agreement. If they were to stubbornly defend the other cities, not only would they disperse their combat strength, but the cities would still fall in the end. At that time, even the materials would be destroyed. To be able to make such a wise and decisive choice, the 3 great emperors are truly capable. However, there are pros and cons. Once the 3 imperial cities fall, the humans will be finished. Shokuha Misaki muttered. The 3 beast kings are near the 3 imperial cities, right? That's right. That's right. Purple nodded and glanced at all the girls present. Then, you should know what to do now, right? Chuju, Mikoto, Shokuha Misaki, Kotori, Kurumi, and the others looked at each other and smiled. Destroy them one by one. Hearing this answer, Z also smiled. Chapter 1901. The next day, when the first ray of sunlight shone down from the sky, passing through the realm of illusion and reality that did not obstruct it at all. When it shone into the capital of a foreign era, the streets of the capital of a foreign era seemed to have lost their vitality as silence filled the air. However, that didn't mean that the residents of the capital of alternate generations were slacking off in their own homes, hiding in their warm beds and refusing to get up. On the contrary, the residents were even more hardworking than usual. This was because in front of the heart of generations was an empty space where 20,000 residents of the capital of alternate generations who were identical in appearance, height, hair color, and physique were lined up neatly like an army, waiting for the arrival of their general. At this moment, the 20,000 Misaka sisters were all wearing extremely revealing skin-tight outfits. Every part of their body was equipped with a certain amount of technological elements. There was a thruster on their backs and a heavy cannon in one hand. This was a personal equipment that utilized all the display devices in battle. Its full name was the Tactical Display Unit, or CR Unit for short. The display devices used in battle were stored in a type of connecting device called a circuit suit. In other words, the tights that carried the display devices could be instantly equipped during battle. As the basic equipment, the circuit suit had a basic display device that could create a domain around the user that was invisible to ordinary people and could perform different functions according to the user's wishes. It was the Turde Tori. Of course, this was a function that all the CR units had. The performance of these functions depended on the overall performance of the CR unit. The better the performance of the CR unit, the greater the power it could unleash. It wasn't easy to unleash the full potential of a CR unit. Not only did it require the user's control skills, but it also required the user's brain to be more developed than ordinary people. It was because of this that magicians who could use CR units were so rare and precious in the date battle. There were only a handful of people who could use CR units to fight against the elves. These 20,000 Misaka sisters were all equipped with the best mass-produced CR units available at the moment. Other than personal CR units like Irene's Pandaragon and Origami's Mordred, the CR units that the Misaka sisters were equipped with were the best out of all the CR units available. Moreover, the crucial factor in controlling the CR units was the user's brain development ability. Without a doubt, these CR units had increased the strength of the Misaka sisters, who were at least tier 7 at the very least, by leaps and bounds. After all, superpowers were born from the personal reality after the development of one's brain. Although the highest superpower the Misaka sisters had was only LV4, their brain development was much stronger than ordinary people. Perhaps if the Misaka sisters were to become magicians in the date battle world, the elves wouldn't be able to live a carefree life anymore. Looking at the neatly arranged troops that seemed to stretch on endlessly, the girls couldn't help but sigh in amazement. They really looked the same. Yakuya even forgot to maintain his Chunibu tone. He pointed at the army of Misaka sisters and shouted at Mikoto. "Are all of these really your little sisters? Your mother sure is good at giving birth. Are you scolding me?" Mikoto furrowed her brows. She thought about it and decided not to get angry. She chose to ignore Yajuya and looked at the other girls around her. "Shall we depart now?" "Yes. If we delay any longer, I'm afraid the 3 kingdoms will fall." Shokuha Misaki pointed at her own face with her white-gloved finger and smiled. "So, let's proceed with the plan." "Yes." All the girls present nodded their heads. This so-called plan was decided by the girls last night while they were thinking about how to fight. However, this so-called plan is actually quite simple. Shokuha Misaki, Kinuta Sai, Frenda, Takitsubo Riku, and Astria looked at each other and exchanged glances. They stood in front of one of the neatly arranged Misaka sisters. "We will lead 5,000 Misaka sisters to the Ailu Empire." Kotori, Kurumi, Toka, Mikoto, Yoshino, and Origami also stood in front of another group of Misaka sisters. "We will lead 5,000 Misaka sisters to the Baruba Empire." Immediately, Hinajiku, Mikoto, Ikaros, Yakuya, and Yushien stepped forward and stood at the head of the middle group of sisters. "We will lead 5,000 Misaka sisters to the Feiya Empire." After they returned to their positions, the 16 girls in 3 rows looked at the others and declared in unison, "Find the Beast King. Destroy them one by one." Yukari was the only one who didn't step forward. Her delicate face softened as she shook her head at the girls. "The remaining 5,000 Misaka sisters will be in charge of protecting the capital of alternate generations, so you don't have to worry about the situation here. I just want to say that it would be best if we can defeat the Beast King and repel the demonic beast army. However, if there is no other way, you have to protect yourselves and stall for time until Xiao Yan returns." Hearing this, the group of girls nodded their heads heavily. Originally, the best plan would have been for everyone to work together and deal with a magical beast army first. They would have killed one of the beast kings, and then they would have done the same thing. They would have found the beast kings one by one and defeated them together. That would have been ideal. Unfortunately, if they did that, who knows which one of the 3 kingdom cities would be conquered by the demonic beast army while the girls were dealing with the other beast kings. If that happened, the other demonic beast army would be able to help the other 2 sides. That would only make things harder for them to deal with. Therefore, the girls could only split up and fight 1 beast king and 1 demonic beast army each. It would be best if they could defeat the other side, but if they couldn't, they had to stall for time until Wu Yen returned from his mission. That was the general idea of the so-called plan. As for the details, they had to come up with a strategy to deal with the Beast King and the demonic beast army that they were in charge of. Different people had different opinions about this. Yukari turned around and waved her hand in the direction of the generation's heart. A huge crack appeared in the space in front of them, revealing ferocious and terrifying eyeballs to the girls. Now, in order to maintain the state of illusion and reality, the range of my ability is very limited. This crack can only send you to the nearest supply town. You will have to travel the rest of the way by yourselves. After saying that, Yukari silently retreated to the side and sighed. Remember, protect yourselves. Even if you don't care about your own lives, you have to think about Xiao Yan who has returned. The girls who were prepared to fight to the death held their breaths when they heard this. After a moment of hesitation, they nodded helplessly. Yukari smiled in satisfaction when she saw this. She flipped her hand, and 3 rings appeared in her hand. They were 3 space rings. Yukari tossed the 3 space rings forward, and the space rings that formed an arc in the air were swallowed up by the crack that opened up in midair. The next moment, Hinajiku, Shokuha Misaki, and Kotori noticed that a ring had appeared on their hands. Put it on. Yukari smiled as the girls looked at her in confusion. It will be of help to you. After saying that, Yukari turned around. It seemed like she had no intention of bidding farewell to the girls. However, this action didn't anger the girls. Instead, it warmed their hearts. With Yukari's personality, if she didn't bid them farewell, it meant that she didn't want them to leave. Even though she didn't say anything, it was the best blessing, wasn't it? Therefore, the group of girls did not say anything, nor did they bid farewell to anyone. They led a total of 15,000 Misaka sisters into the huge gap and disappeared one by one from this dreamy city. Chapter 1902. The Behemoth Forest is located in the middle of the Ailu, Baruba, and Faya empires. Each of the 3 empires occupied a part of their territory. The Ailu, Baruba, and Faya empires each built a small city on the edge of the Behemoth Forest territory. These cities were used to transport the resources they obtained from the Behemoth Forest to other cities in their empires. Unfortunately, ever since the Beast King was born, the Behemoth Forest became a dangerous place. Normal humans, warriors, and magicians were no longer allowed to enter. All the resources from the Behemoth Forest were supplied by the Behemoth Forest's campsite. They were no longer transported through the supply town. As a result, the Ailu, Baruba, and Faya empires used to be an important resource hub. Today, the supply town can only be used as a hub to transport the resources from the Behemoth Forest to other cities. As for the low-level warriors and magicians who used to live in the supply town and hunt the Behemoth Forest's magical beasts for a living, they can no longer be seen in the supply town. Even so, the supply town is still a prosperous place. After all, there are many shops and auction houses here. It is the closest location to the Behemoth Forest. There are also other ways to obtain rare treasures in the supply town. For example, medicinal herbs, high-level magical beast parts, and all sorts of other treasures. These are all things that have a high market value. Therefore, even if the supply town is not as prosperous as it used to be, it is not that different. Yet, in such a bustling city, the girls and the Misaka sisters are witnessing such a scene. The luxurious auction house turned into a dilapidated building riddled with holes. The bustling trading company turned into a pile of rubble. The roofs of the hotels burned with flames. The buildings were all over the place, covered in charcoal. The asphalt road cracked inch by inch. The bricks and tiles were a mess. They were casually tossed to the ground. Big, small, exquisite, and simple stalls were in shambles. The smell of burnt flesh filled the air. Thick smoke rose from the sky. Flames could be seen everywhere. All signs of life were extinguished. The bustling scene of the past is gone. There is not even the slightest sign of life. Everywhere is a sign of destruction. To put it bluntly, this is a place filled with despair. No one would believe it. This place. Not long ago. Furthermore, it was a bustling and beautiful little city with all kinds of colorful magic lights shining in the night sky. Seeing such a scene, let alone Shokuha Misaki and the others who had witnessed the prosperity of the supply town, they were stunned. Even Yeguya, Dusk Cord, Meijio, and Origami, who had come to the supply town for the first time, were speechless and depressed. As for Hinajiku and Mikoto, who had stayed in the supply town for a period of time, played around for a period of time, and even caused a ruckus at the auction house, they were clenching their fists and biting their lips, their faces dark and gloomy. Phew! Hinajiku exhaled and spoke in a low voice. War is indeed the cruelest thing. That one sentence voiced out everyone's thoughts. The war between humans was indeed terrifying, but the war between races was even more terrifying. If humans wanted to live a peaceful life in the Spalier world, they couldn't allow demonic beasts to invade their territory. On the other hand, demonic beasts treated humans as their food. The saying, "those who aren't of the same race are bound to have different intentions," was perfectly reflected here. Roar. Roar. Arg. While the group of young ladies mourned over this despairing scene, the culprits of everything didn't seem to have completely left the town they destroyed. Amidst a series of delighted roars as if they had discovered their prey, the ground began to tremble slightly. It was only then that the girls noticed that low-tier magical beasts of Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 were hiding in the corners of the burning buildings or in the alleys that could not be seen, charging towards them. The 4th, 5th, and 6th stage demonic beasts were the backbone of the demonic beasts. The 7th, 8th, and 9th stage demonic beasts were the high-end combat strength of the demonic beasts. These two groups of demonic beasts would definitely be gathered by the 3 beast kings to deal with the 3 royal cities. As for the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd stage demonic beasts, although there were many of them, they were nothing more than a bunch of cannon fodder in a war. Therefore, in the cities that were conquered by the demonic beasts, there would basically be these low-level demonic beasts that were symbolically left behind by the demonic beasts as a sign that they had occupied the area. However, the low-level demonic beasts that didn't have the ability to occupy a territory didn't have any territorial awareness. Like a bunch of thirsty beasts, they treated the supply town as another behemoth forest. They would either laze around or hunt their own kind when they were hungry. Of course, they weren't only found in human cities. There were also low-level demonic beasts active in the behemoth forest. It was due to the presence of these demonic beasts that Violet needed to guard the capital of alternate generations and maintain the illusion and reality realm day and night. Otherwise, if one of them were to slip in and disturb the 5 demigod powerhouses of the Spalier world who were strengthening the seal, the situation would be dire. It was only by maintaining the illusion and reality realm that the seal of the 5 demigod powerhouses and the beast kings of the Spalier world wouldn't be affected. It was for this reason that Violet didn't leave the capital of alternate generations and took on the responsibility of guarding it. The moment they thought of Violet, who had been guarding the most important seal in the capital of a foreign era, a determined look appeared on the faces of the girls who were awakened by the charging low-level demonic beasts. The Misaka sisters raised the heavy cannons in their hands and were about to kill the demonic beasts, but Shokuhun Misaki stopped them. Shokuhun Misaki's beautiful, starry eyes glinted coldly. She stroked her dazzling, waist-length golden hair and an inexplicable glint flashed in her eyes as though all the stars in them had lit up. In the next instant, the ferocious roars of the low-grade magical beasts all came to an abrupt halt, and they stopped in their tracks in a daze. The ferocious light in their beastly eyes was replaced by starry eyes, and their expressions became ferocious once again. Roar! 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 The demonic beasts roared in unison. But this time, the demonic beasts didn't charge at the group of young ladies. Instead, they pounced on their own kind as though they saw their mortal enemy and started tearing each other apart. This was all Shokuhun Misaki's doing. Mikoto couldn't help but be surprised. "You can use your ability without a remote control now?" "My ability isn't something that can't be used without a remote control," Shokuhun Misaki replied nonchalantly. "If it's just a remote control, it's easier to switch the power on and off and it's easier to aim at the target. If my ability is a bullet, then the remote control is like a pistol. I don't have to rely on it anymore." Shokuhun Misaki shook her head and changed the topic. "Then let's split up here." The group of young ladies nodded. "Oh." Kotori, who was checking the space ring that Violet gave her, raised an eyebrow. She revealed her usual unfriendly smile. "I didn't think there would be a need for it." With that, Kotori stroked her space ring. A moment later, a massive object appeared in the sky and appeared before the group of girls. "It's an airship." "Fraxinus. It's decided." Kotori looked at her companions. "Let's take the air route." Kurumi, Toka, Mikoto, Yoshino, and Origami nodded happily and walked towards Kotori. Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, Yugia, and Yushin looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Let's take the air route as well. Other than Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, Yugia, and the Misaka sisters can all fly. Ikaros brought Chuju along and the group flew towards Feiya Empire. As for Shokuha Misaki, Kineta Sai, Frenda, Takitsubo Riku, and Astria, it's even easier. There should be airships left behind by people who didn't have the time to use it, right? Chapter 1903. Ailu Empire, King City. As the city of Ailu Empire's royal palace, King City's prosperity was undeniable. However, at this moment, there wasn't a single ordinary person in this prosperous city. The shops, auction houses, and other buildings were all closed, and there wasn't a single idle person on the streets. Instead, there were fully armed knights and soldiers doing all sorts of things with tense and solemn expressions. At this moment, a large number of warriors and magicians were standing on top of King City's walls. The warriors were all armed with bows and arrows, looking into the distance. They were the type of long-range attack type. The magicians, on the other hand, were lined up in a row, standing behind the warriors who were armed with bows and arrows, holding magic staves in their hands. Every warrior and magician had a tense expression on their faces as they looked at the empty space below the city wall in front of them. Their combat aura and magic power were slowly increasing in intensity. At the same time, the Do-Chi and magic power that were slowly strengthening also exploded and surged violently at the same time as a loud shout sounded out. The first wave of demonic beasts has entered the attack range. As the battle cry rang out, a large army of magical beasts stomped hard on the ground in front of the city, charging forward amidst chaotic roars and rolling dust. They entered the attack range of the warriors and mages on the city walls. However, none of the warriors and mages guarding the city walls took action immediately, apart from raising their aura and mana to the peak. All of them held their breaths and didn't do anything else. The second wave of demonic beasts has entered the attack range. Then, less than 200 meters behind the first wave of demonic beasts, another wave of demonic beasts roared and charged over. If one were to observe carefully, they would discover that the second wave of magical beasts was much larger than the first wave, whether it was in size or momentum. Moreover, the first wave of demonic beasts was only a group of 4th and 5th rank demonic beasts. The second wave of demonic beasts was a group of 6th rank demonic beasts. Of course, even though their ranks were different, the number of demonic beasts was still as dense as locusts. They outnumbered the humans in King City by more than 10 times. It was terrifying. However, even so, the warriors and magicians on the walls did not attack. Instead, he continued to wait on the city wall. It wasn't that they didn't want to attack. It was just that long-range archers had a maximum attack range of 2,000 meters. Magicians, on the other hand, differed according to their magic. Some were only a few hundred meters tall, while some were more than 3,000 meters tall. Right now, the first wave of magic beasts had just entered the highest range of attack. In other words, they had just entered 3,000 meters. The second wave of magic beasts was even further away. It was far from the time to attack. Only when the magical beasts charged into the attack range of the archers would it be time for them to attack. After a few days of large-scale battles, the defenders of the city had long understood when they could attack. Therefore, at this time, everyone was still able to remain calm. According to past experience, when the third wave of magical beasts entered the range of the magicians with the highest shooting range, the fourth wave of magical beasts would arrive. That would be the time to attack. This time, it didn't take too long. The third wave of demonic beasts has entered the attack range. As soon as this voice rang out, the people guarding the city all raised the armaments in their hands and focused their attention. The next wave would be the time to attack. The fourth wave of demonic beasts is estimated to enter the attack range in 10 seconds. All warriors, get ready to attack. As this voice echoed in the air, all the warriors gathered their fighting spirit and began to aim. Although it was said to aim, it was actually just knocking the bow forward. The sea of magical beasts in the distance was almost overwhelming, so there was no need to aim at all. All they needed to do was to calculate the position where the arrows were about to land. At this moment, the warriors welcomed the opportunity to attack. The fourth wave of demonic beasts has entered the attack range. Warriors, aim at the first wave of demonic beasts. Boom. The moment the angry shout fell, a loud sound like that of a cannon being fired reverberated in the air. That was the sound of all the warriors releasing their hands at the same time, causing the sound of arrows being ejected in unison. It was a loud sound that caused the world to tremble and everyone's hearts to shrink. Shing! Immediately after, the sound of air being torn apart could be heard, and a black mass of arrows rained down on the magical beasts like raindrops during a storm. Roar! Roar! Arg! In an instant, tens of thousands of magical beasts turned their roars into mournful wails. One by one, the magical beasts fell to the ground dauntlessly. Most of them were from the first wave of demonic beasts. However, there were still a large number of arrows that missed and hit the second and third wave of demonic beasts. Surprisingly, the second and third wave of demonic beasts had entered the shortest attack range of 2,000 meters. Not only that, but the fifth wave of demonic beasts had also charged over from the horizon. The fifth wave of demonic beasts has entered the attack range. Mages, get ready. Under the command, the mages in neat rows took a step forward and chanted spells. The staffs in their hands flickered in a glaring magical radiance. Aim for the second and third wave of demonic beasts. Mages. Buzz. As though rehearsed, in an instant, fireballs, icicles, wind blades, thunder bombs, and rocks exploded in the sky above the city walls like fireworks and a tide that blasted toward the second and third wave of demonic beasts. Along with the wails of the magical beasts, the second and third wave of demonic beasts were struck by 4 to 5 magical spells at the same time. They were either wrapped in a layer of flame or charred by electricity. Some were pierced by icicles, torn apart by wind blades, or smashed by rocks. Thus, the second and third wave of demonic beasts suffered the same fate as the first wave of demonic beasts. In such a situation, the magical beasts continued to roar crazily, completely disregarding the deaths of their own kind. They even stepped on their corpses mercilessly and charged toward the city. In the sky, arrows were still shooting wildly and magical spells descended one after another, reaping the lives of the overwhelming number of demonic beasts. While this battle was going smoothly, at a certain moment, a nervous shout sounded from the other end of the city walls. High-level demonic beasts are attacking. Hearing this, everyone's heart suddenly rose to their throat. The 4th, 5th, and 6th level demonic beasts were only appetizers. The ones that truly posed a threat were usually the high-level demonic beasts above the 7th level. Not long after, everyone on the city walls also saw it. In the distance at the edge, a large group of demonic beasts with huge bodies and powerful auras were charging toward them. This made the people guarding the city start to feel nervous. Hurry! Get rid of all the mid-level demonic beasts. Only by getting rid of the annoying mid-level demonic beasts could the people free up a large amount of combat power to deal with the high-level demonic beasts. That was why everyone's attack frequency became faster and faster all of a sudden. The first wave of demonic beasts was almost wiped out by the archers. The mages were also reaping the lives of the second and third waves of demonic beasts. The 4th and 5th waves of demonic beasts were also charging toward them one after another. Due to the attacks of the archers and warriors, the demonic beasts' charge was slightly stagnant. A large number of demonic beasts' corpses divided the battlefield into 2 parts. One was the surviving vanguard, and the other was the demonic beasts that were mercilessly trampling on the corpses of their comrades. Based on this situation, if they could maintain this state, the mid-level demonic beasts would all die before they could even touch the city walls. Then, the people would be able to concentrate on dealing with the high-level demonic beasts of the 7th level. Unfortunately, the demonic beasts would not let this happen. Level 8 demonic beasts detected. Level 8 demonic beasts detected. This voice caused a brief moment of panic on the city walls. They saw that in the farthest distance, There were about 500 huge beasts that were 3 meters tall. They were following the charging troops in front and slowly revealing their full appearances in the air. Level 8 demonic beasts. That was not something that the ordinary city guards could deal with. Even if they were to use numbers to overwhelm them, who knows how many people would be killed. Therefore, normally, when a level 8 demonic beast appeared, it meant that the knights in the city would attack it or send out a high-level combat power to kill it. However, flying demonic beasts detected. Finally, flying demonic beasts that could ignore the sturdy city walls and directly pose a major threat to the city have appeared. Chapter 1904. At this moment, a group of people was gathered at the top of the palace in the center of the city. The leader of the group was none other than the emperor of the Ailu Empire, Kite. Aside from Kite, Lei Wang was also present. He stood beside Kite, and on the other side was Sylph, whose expression was still as cold as ever. Fei Fei was also present. Bing Ling and Bishi were also present. In front of Fei Fei, Bing Ling and Bishi were 2 middle-aged men. These 3 men looked to be in their 40s. The one in front of Fei Fei and the one in the middle were familiar faces. He was the current patriarch of the Lori family, Lar. Since Lar was one of the 3 middle-aged men, the identities of the other 2 men who were qualified to stand beside Lar were obvious. On the left was the current patriarch of the Saito family, Zato. On the right was the current patriarch of the 3rd largest family in the Ailu Empire, the Ladin family, Harlow. The patriarchs of the Ailu Empire's 3 great clans, Lar, Zato, and Ha Luo, were all present. Fei Fei, Bing Ling, and Bishi were standing behind them. However, even the patriarchs of the 3 great families were only standing to the side. They didn't have the right to stand on the same level as Kite. The only exception was Sylph, the genius princess, who was favored by the emperor. Other than a rank 9 powerhouse, no one else had the right to stand on the same level as the emperor. That was why Lei Wang was able to stand beside Kite openly. Because of that, there were 2 other people standing on the same level as Kite, Sylph, and the Thunder Monarch. They were 2 old men who looked to be in their 70s. One of the 2 old men had a gloomy face. His body emitted a faint cold aura. His eyes were filled with a sinister aura that made people subconsciously stay away from him. The other old man didn't look as gloomy as the former, but his hair was also white. His eyes didn't look as dignified as Lei Wang. Instead, there was a hint of arrogance in his eyes. One look and one would know he wasn't someone to be trifled with. Since these 2 old men could stand together with Kite, Lei Wang, and Sylph, it was obvious who they were. The gloomy old man was the rank 9 powerhouse behind the Saito family. He was also the previous patriarch of the Saito family, Bol. The arrogant old man was the rank 9 powerhouse behind the Ladin family. He was also the previous patriarch of the Ladin family, Yak. Now that the royal city was in danger of being invaded by the demonic beast army, the Ailu Empire's royal family and the 3 great families were gathered at the top of the royal palace, watching the battle from afar in silence. However, this silence did not last long. When the large group of densely packed black dots gradually approached from the distant horizon, no one could sit still any longer. Flying demonic beasts. The Beast King's expression. In the end, these flying demonic beasts still showed up. During the siege a few days ago, the biggest threat to King City wasn't the large number of rank 4, 5, and 6 demonic beasts. It wasn't the powerful rank 7 and 8 demonic beasts either. It was the flying demonic beasts that could fly. Not only could these flying magical beasts fly over the sturdy city walls, they could also increase their altitude and fly out of the range of the long-range attacks of the warriors and magicians. Then, they would dive down and rush into the city, causing a lot of damage to the city at one point. If it wasn't for the formation of a large barrier around King City, these flying demonic beasts would have invaded King City and started a massacre. That's why these flying demonic beasts were the most troublesome to deal with in this war. It's not just flying demonic beasts, Burrell said in a low voice as he stared into the distance of King City. Even from here, he could see the large number of giant beasts that were getting closer and closer. The rank 8 demonic beasts have also started their attack. There are at least a few hundred of them. If they attack together, no matter how sturdy King City's walls and barrier are, they will still be breached. When that time comes, Yak smiled coldly. The rank 9 demonic beasts should also show up, right? Hearing this, everyone present fell silent. Everyone present knew that there would definitely be rank 9 demonic beasts among the attacking demonic beasts. A few days had passed and the rank 9 demonic beasts were waiting in King City. They were waiting for the rank 9 demonic beasts to show up and block the enemy's strongest forces. However, the rank 9 demonic beasts didn't show up in these few days. Carter and the rest didn't dare to act rashly. Not to mention, the other side had a truly terrifying general that made one's heart turn cold. The Beast King. A demigod Beast King. Although they didn't see the Beast King appear, the fact that the demonic beasts broke the rules and attacked the human world with such rhythm and coordination was enough to prove that there was a general in the enemy's army. Who else could command all the demonic beasts besides the Beast King? Of course, Carter and the rest didn't know about the existence of the 3 Beast Kings. They thought the ones leading the attack were the demigod Beast Kings that were born in the Behemoth Forest. The Beast King hasn't made an appearance either. The Thunder King frowned. They should be wary of the demigod Beast Kings on our side, right? Hearing the Thunder Emperor's words, Bolu and Yak nodded and simultaneously looked at the silent kite. Your Majesty. Burrell hesitated for a moment before speaking. Sir Guardian God still doesn't plan to show up? That's right. Your Majesty. Yak hurriedly spoke. This is a critical moment that will decide the fate of the Ailu Empire. Is Sir Guardian God really not going to show up? Carter pondered for a moment before laughing bitterly. I have been to the treasury to look for Sir Guardian God many times, but he isn't here. Wah? Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Sir Guardian God isn't here? What's going on? No, let's not talk about this for now. If Sir Guardian God really isn't here, then the Beast King will personally attack without the demigod Beast Kings. Wouldn't the city be doomed? No matter how many people there are, without a demigod Beast King, they won't be able to stop a demigod Beast King. Everyone was clear about this. Thunder King, Bolu, and Yak had ugly expressions on their faces. Lar, Sardo, and Haluo looked at each other. As for Fei Fei, Bing Ling, and Bishi, they were clenching their fists so hard that their knuckles turned white. Things were getting serious. That's why we can't let the Beast King know that Sir Guardian God isn't in the city. Carter said in a deep voice. Otherwise, the Beast King will personally attack and will be finished. That one sentence made the hearts of everyone present become incomparably heavy. They could not resent the guardian deity who should have been in the royal treasury, nor could they blame the guardian deity for disappearing. It wasn't that they didn't want to, but the current situation didn't allow for it. Carter took a deep breath and looked at Lar, Sardo, and Haluo as he said, in short, we have to deal with the enemies in front of us first. Moreover, we can't go into battle, or else we'll draw the Class 9 magical beast out. Lar, Zar, and Harlow, the 3 of you will lead the team and annihilate the Class 8 demonic beast. Yes. Lar, Zar, and Harlow lowered their heads. Sylph. Feifei. Carter turned to Sylph and Feifei. The 2 of you are also Class 8 demonic beasts. Follow the 3 patriarchs into battle. Yes. Sylph and Feifei nodded heavily. Carter didn't give any more orders after that. He turned around and continued to observe the battlefield. Bing Ling and Bishi gritted their teeth in frustration. The only reason Bing Ling and Bishi were able to stand together with these people was because they were the young masters of the 2nd and 3rd most powerful families in Ailu Empire. It was purely because of their status. In terms of strength, Bing Ling and Bishi were only Class 7 demonic beasts. They didn't have the qualifications to stand here. That's why Sylph and Feifei were allowed to fight while Bing Ling and Bishi didn't even have the chance to fight. After all, there were plenty of Class 7 demonic beasts in the city. Bing Ling and Bishi were of noble status and couldn't take the risk. That's why Carter didn't give any orders. How could Bing Ling and Bishi be willing to accept the fact that they were being protected like this? Just as the few people who received the order were about to step out to fight, Kite suddenly noticed something strange. In the distant sky, A black shadow suddenly rushed in, R1152. Chapter 1905. Whoosh! The airship that was as big as Fraxinus flew across the sky at a speed comparable to a plane. Sonic booms could be heard as the airship flew across the sky at an extreme speed against the wind pressure. The floating airship looked like a large yacht, but it was made of wood. Instead of a propeller, there was a large magic array that was almost as large as the hull of the floating airship. Like a propeller, the magic array rotated and pushed the floating airship forward. An invisible barrier protected the airship's hull, preventing the fragile wooden hull from cracking under the wind pressure. At the same time, it also blocked a large amount of wind outside, allowing only a slight breeze to pass through and blow onto the deck of the airship. On the deck of the airship, Shokuho Misaki, Kinuda Sai, Frenda, Takitsubo Riku, and Astria led the Misaka sisters to the front of the airship. Shokuho! Until a certain moment, Kinuhara Sai pointed to the front, or more accurately, below, and shouted, "It's the royal city!" Hearing this, the group of young ladies all turned their gazes to the front and below. Soon after, they all saw it one after another. Below the airship was a gigantic city, and at the center of the city was a dazzling golden palace. It was dazzling. However, looking at the dazzling city, the young girls' faces became a little shocked. There was no other reason than the fact that the dazzling city was currently being invaded by a violent invasion. The gigantic magical beasts formed a wave-like assault team. Wave after wave, they ran out from the mountains in all directions and charged towards the city in the center in an extremely violent and direct manner. In the sky, the flying magical beasts that had transformed into huge black shadows were lined up neatly like fighter jets. They glided. Once they found the right time, they would dive down and crash into a translucent barrier around the city, causing the barrier to tremble violently. Arrows, fireballs, wind blades, lightning bolts, rocks, icicles, and other ranged weapons and spells were fired from the city. They landed on the charging demonic beasts and the gliding demonic beasts. Every single one of them caused a huge explosion. Many demonic beasts fell to the ground. Corpses of demonic beasts could be seen everywhere within a few thousand meters of the city. Some of them were only left with broken limbs and bones. It was a hellish scene. The only fortunate thing was that there were no traces of humans among the corpses. The demonic beasts were only 1,000 meters away from the floating airship. They didn't enter the city. The city walls were still fine. The barrier was shaking, but it still managed to hold on. At first glance, it looked like Fang Zheng had the upper hand, but Shokuho Misaki frowned and said, "Let's go. This isn't good, huh?" Kinuda Sai, Frenda, Takitsubo Riku, and Astria looked at Shokuho Misaki in confusion. Why is the situation so bad? Frenda was puzzled. Isn't the floating airship holding the advantage? Yes. For now, Shokuho Misaki's eyes were filled with worry. But this won't last long. Why? Takitsubo Riku asked. Is the barrier about to break? That's one of the reasons. That is also one of the reasons. The barrier might be able to withstand the attacks of the flying demonic beasts, but once the Class 8 demonic beasts reach it, it will break sooner or later. Shokuho Misaki looked at the demonic beasts furthest from the city and shook her head. Also, didn't you notice that the demonic beasts haven't used any spells yet? Yes. The girls finally realized what was going on. Yes, the demonic beasts haven't used any spells yet. Demonic beasts tend to use spells that have high attack power. In terms of area of effect, their spells should be weaker than human spells. Shokuho Misaki frowned. But because of this, the magic of the demonic beasts is much more powerful than that of humans. Now, they have not reached the attack range, so they can only charge. But once the demonic beasts charge into a certain range and collectively release magic, the barrier of the royal city will shatter sooner or later. The girls understood the severity of the situation after hearing Shokuho Misaki's explanation. Unfortunately, this isn't the most serious problem. The barrier won't be able to withstand the attacks of several hundred Tier 8 demonic beasts. Shokuho Misaki stepped forward and looked at the flying demonic beasts. Now, the people guarding the city have put their attention on the Class 8 magical beasts, but they have subconsciously forgotten that there are Class 8 magical beasts among the flying magical beasts. When the Class 8 magical beasts appear, they only need to collectively dive down, and the barrier will be finished. What should we do now? Astria quickly asked. Should we charge forward? Yes. Charge forward. Shoko Misaki's lips curled into a sly smile. That's right. We have to charge forward. With that, Shoko Misaki raised her hand and swung it down. Everyone, Tori, Domain of Will, activate. The moment she finished her sentence, the Misaka sisters on the deck stepped forward and extended their arms. Buzz! In the next second, a protective barrier made of emerald green crystals appeared around the Misaka sisters and spread out to their surroundings. It combined with the Tori around them and spread out together. Not long after, the Misaka sisters collectively released a territory to form a gigantic territory barrier, enveloping the entire airship within. Shokuha Misaki shouted again. Take control of the airship. Charge forward. Right away, the floating airship that was enveloped by the realm of will sped up and dashed forward violently with an intense air-braking sound. With the protection of the Tori, the impact on the airship would be reduced to zero, and the girls on the airship wouldn't be affected at all. However, that's only true for the girls. To the magical beasts that were within the range of the airship's charge, the airship that was enveloped by the Tori, Domain at Will, was no different from a meteorite falling from the sky. Therefore, before the demons could even roar, the floating airship that had turned into a meteor charged into the battlefield between the humans and demons under the cover of the Tori, Domain of Will. The airship charged towards the direction of the capital as it charged ferociously. Boom, boom, boom. The territories. That was the sound of flying magical beasts that couldn't dodge in time or react in time being rammed by the gigantic airship. These flying magical beasts that were hit mercilessly were sent flying by the impact. Then they fell to the ground like large pieces of trash. It seemed that they had broken bones all over their bodies and would not survive. Those flying magical beasts with weaker bodies were even worse off. They didn't even have time to make a sound before their bodies exploded into a bloody mist under the huge impact, dying without a burial place. Roar! Roar! Woo! The flying magical beasts finally discovered this unidentified flying object that posed a great threat. They either lost their heads out of fear or let out furious roars as they tried to avoid it in time. Roar! Roar! Woo! Quite a few flying magical beasts around the airship began to use magic to bombard the airship, but all of their attacks were blocked by the Tori around the airship. Shoko! Inside the airship, Kinuhata Sai pointed in the direction of the king's city and yelled. Look over there! In the direction that Kinuhata Sai pointed at, an opening appeared in the enchanted field of the king's city. Shokuha Misaki reacted quickly and yelled. Hurry! Fly in! Thus, the airship dived down and entered the barrier. Chapter 1906. Roar! 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 When an entrance opened in the barrier of Royal City, the group of flying magical beasts closest to the entrance immediately roared in joy and flew in the direction of the entrance. Boom! With a muffled sound, the floating airship that was wrapped in the Tori fell from the sky like a meteorite. It directly knocked the flying beasts that were trying to drill into the entrance and sent them flying into the barrier. Roar! 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 The rest of the flying beasts snarled and followed behind the floating airship in an attempt to enter the enchanted field. What welcomed these flying magical beasts was the relentless bombardment of arrows and all sorts of magic from within the barrier. Boom, boom. Howls of anguish and cries of pain rang out from the flying magical beasts, but there were still other flying magical beasts who wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to enter the barrier. In an instant, many flying beasts noticed the enchanted field's entrance and formed an overwhelming vanguard that swooped down dauntlessly like bees to honey. Just the sight of the dark shadows that filled the sky was enough to make one's hair stand on end. Buzz! At this moment, the Tory that enveloped the floating airship that rushed into the enchanted field disappeared without any warning. Swish! On the exposed deck of the airship, the sound of something tearing through the air rang out one after another. The sound merged into an extremely orderly sound and echoed in the surroundings. It was the sound of the Misaka sisters equipped with seer units that took off from the deck of the floating airship. Apart from the Misaka sisters who were piloting the floating airship, a total of 4,000 Misaka sisters flew out from the deck of the floating airship and soared into the sky under the propulsion of the thrusters as though they wanted to block the entrance of the enchanted field. They lined up neatly in midair and raised the heavy cannons in their hands, aiming directly at the flying beasts that were converging toward the enchanted field. In an instant, the 4,000 Misaka sisters pulled the triggers of their heavy cannons. Deadly beams of light shot out from the cannons and converged into a gigantic beam of light that was the size of the entrance of the barrier. The beam of light shot through the entrance of the barrier and landed on the flying demonic beast that was right above the barrier. Boom! Following a violent explosion, the dense flames above the entrance of the barrier blossomed in the sky like bright fireworks. Along with it, there were flying magical beasts that were smoking all over and turned into charcoal that fell to the ground. Just this attack alone had annihilated more than 1,000 flying beasts. How terrifying! But this wasn't surprising. Originally, the Misaka sisters were all at least at the 7th stage. In addition to the CR units, with the best performance, the Misaka sisters were able to unleash the power of an 8th stage. The combined attack of more than 4,000 Tier 8 metahumans, if not for the fact that it might affect the barrier, the Misaka sisters would have held back some of the firepower. Otherwise, they would have killed more than 1,000 flying demonic beasts. Seizing this opportunity, the enchanted field trembled and the entrance of the floating airship was closed, leaving the flying beasts with no way to enter. The Misaka sisters landed on the deck of the floating airship with the help of the thrusters. The floating airship gradually reduced its speed and landed on an empty field in front of the palace. On that empty field, a group of people was standing there. Of course, they were Kate and the higher-ups of the Ailu Empire. Phew! The floating airship landed lightly on the ground, creating a small ripple of air. Then, the magic formation behind the floating airship disappeared and the floating airship quieted down. Shokuha Misaki, Kineta Sai, Frenda, Takitsubo Riku, and Astria led the Misaka sisters down the airship and welcomed Kate and the others. Kate and the others walked up to them as if they were going to welcome Shokuha Misaki and the others. When they saw the CR units on the Misaka sisters, they were stunned. What is that? It can't be just their clothes, right? If it's just their clothes, aren't they a little too revealing? Perhaps Shokuha Misaki saw through Carter's and the others' doubts, but she suddenly smiled. It's just a set of armament with enhancement effects, don't mind it. Hearing this, Carter and the rest shifted their gazes away from the Misaka girls. The Thunder King even took a step forward and scanned the group of girls. When he realized that Lulu was not among them, he immediately panicked. Where's Lilu? Why isn't she with you? Lei Wang thought Shokuha Misaki and the others were Lulu's reinforcements. Now that the reinforcements are here but Lulu isn't with them, even Lar and Fei Fei started panicking. Shokuha Misaki shook her head at Lei Wang and the others. Lulu is currently looking after the 5 demigods in the capital of alternate generations. That's why she isn't with us. Looking after the 5 demigods? Kate's eyes lit up and he took a step forward. You're saying that the 5 demigods of the Spalier world are with you? Shokuha Misaki knew why they were acting like this, and she sighed. Everyone was looking at her expectantly, nervously, and anxiously. I know you have a lot of questions and doubts. I will tell you all the information we know so far. Let's find a place where we can talk first. Kate and the others calmed down and nodded. They were in a large hall in the palace. The hall was quite spacious, occupying an area as large as a football field. However, in such a spacious hall, there was nothing else except for a long table in the middle, surrounded by seats that looked expensive. At first glance, one could tell that it was not a place that ordinary people could sit casually. This was the place where Kate used his status as the emperor to discuss important matters with the ministers of the Ailu Empire. Therefore, not only was the head of the long table in the style of a king's throne, but the seats around the long table were also made of real gold. It was a dazzling sight. Shokuha Misaki, Kaneda Sai, Frenda, Takitsubo Riku, and Astria were seated in the row closest to the head of the table. Shokuha Misaki explained the current situation to them, including the Beast King's seal and the current situation of the 5 demigods in the Spalier world. As Shokuha Misaki recounted her story, everyone's expression turned gloomier and gloomier. Kite sat on his throne and gripped the armrest as if he could calm himself down by doing so. He took a deep breath, but in the end he let out a bitter laugh. In that case, no matter if it's the 3 guardian deities, the other 2 demigods, or Lord Z, none of them will be able to help. Under such circumstances, we still have to deal with a demigod-level beast king ourselves, right? The other 2 empires are in a similar situation. Shokuha Misaki didn't seem to be affected by the harsh situation. She still had that elegant smile on her face. She tapped her cheeks with her white-gloved hand. She didn't seem nervous at all. She didn't seem nervous at all. That is why you should prepare for the worst. Hearing this, the expressions on everyone's faces became even more unsightly. Are you telling us to retreat? Burrell's expression darkened. Do you know what the consequences are? What consequences? The Ailu Empire will be destroyed? Shokuha Misaki looked at the old head of the Saito family with a half-smile. Do you think the Ailu Empire will be destroyed? Or do you think the human race will be destroyed? Burrell was speechless. Are we going to give up just like that? Yak's voice was filled with unwillingness. Give up on the only city left? Give up on the Ailu Empire? Shokuha Misaki raised an eyebrow. I'm not telling you to give up, I'm just telling you to prepare for the worst. After all, we have to fight a demigod-level beast king without any demigod-level powerhouses around. That one sentence made everyone's mood drop even lower. Fighting a demigod-level beast king without a demigod-level expert's help? How are we supposed to fight? R1152. Chapter 1907. How many people were there in the Spalier world? Unlike Earth, although there were 3 empires that ruled over the Spalier world, in this world where the strong were respected, there were conflicts between people every minute and every second. Wars were unavoidable. Under such circumstances, not to mention how many people there were in the Spalier world, just the number of people who died every day in the Spalier world was definitely in the thousands. At least 1,000 people died every day. Because in this world where the strong were respected, conflicts were everywhere. Since so many people died every day, naturally no one would be bored enough to count the number of people every day. However, even so, the Spalier world's population was much higher than Earth's. After all, just the Spalier world's size was 10 times larger than Earth's, and the ocean was even wider. Although there was no detailed count, the Spalier world's population was definitely close to 100 billion. Out of 100 billion people, there were only 5 demigod powerhouses. One could imagine how rare a demigod powerhouse was, and how difficult it was to advance to the demigod rank. Then, how strong were these rare and difficult to advance to the demigod rank? If one had to use data to show it, it would be very unclear if one used battle strength or how many times stronger than a Tier 9 powerhouse. However, in the Spalier world's history, there had been a large number of Tier 9 powerhouses besieging a demigod rank. That was something that happened a long time ago, and Kite and the others only knew about it from books. There was a passage recorded in the book. 20 Tier 9 powerhouses joined forces to fight a demigod rank powerhouse. The battle lasted for 3 whole days, and after 3 days, 17 of the 20 Tier 9 powerhouses were killed, and the demigod rank powerhouse was heavily injured. In the end, the remaining 3 peak stage type 9 powerhouses carried out a suicidal attack, risking their lives to drag the demigod powerhouse down with them. The result? A demigod rank powerhouse, 3 Tier 9 powerhouses, and 17 other Tier 9 powerhouses. All of them have fallen. 20 Stage 9 powerhouses, and 3 of them were at the peak of Stage 9, just a step away from the demigod stage. Such a terrifying lineup. Yet, he was defeated by a newly ascended demigod. If it weren't for the fact that the remaining 3 Type 9 powerhouses had decisively dragged the demigod powerhouse down with them, they would have been dead already. In the end, it was still unknown whether that demigod expert would fall or not. This was the terror of a demigod. Of course, compared to the beast kings that attacked the Ailu Empire, that demigod expert had relied on his own strength to break through, and his strength was definitely stronger than this beast king who relied on the strength of a false god. However, Kite did not have a peak Type 9 expert on his side, right? Excluding Shokuha Misaki and the rest, there were only Kite, Lei Wang, Poru, and Yak. Including Shokuha Misaki, Kinohara Sayai, Frenda, Takitsubo Riku, and Astria, there were only 9 of them. However, there wasn't a single peak Type 9 among them. With such a lineup, the best outcome of the battle against the fake Beast King would be the same as what was recorded in the history books: mutual destruction. How? Moreover, Kite and the rest didn't know that the 5 girls had reached Stage 9. When they heard that they had to deal with a demigod expert, their hearts sank. As a result, under this heavy atmosphere, everyone fell silent, causing the oppressive atmosphere to spread uncontrollably. At this moment, Sylph, who was sitting at the side, suddenly spoke. "Where is he?" Everyone was taken aback, but they soon understood who Sylph was referring to. Shokuha Misaki looked at Sylph meaningfully and smiled. "He's different from us who have to deal with a false beast king. He's the one who's shouldering the greatest burden. He's trying his best to deal with the beast god that's locked up in his house. I wonder if he's putting his life on the line." When they heard this, other than the girls, everyone, including Sylph, trembled. 20 Type 9 powerhouses could only deal with 1 demigod powerhouse? Wouldn't that formula be the same when used between the god and demigod ranks? Or rather, if 20 demigod rank powerhouses joined forces to fight a true deity rank powerhouse, would these 20 demigod rank powerhouses be able to drag the deity rank powerhouse down with them to their deaths? The answer to this question was impossible. Even if the 20 demigods were all peak demigods, the answer would still be the same. There was no other reason than a famous saying in cultivation that everyone knew: the higher the level, the greater the gap between the levels. In other words, if 20 level 9 powerhouses could perish together with a level 9 powerhouse who had just entered the level of demigod, then using the principle that the higher the level, the greater the disparity, 20 level 9 powerhouses would definitely not be able to perish together with a level 9 powerhouse. But even so, Violet and the other demigods from Silveria were able to hold off a demigod. How could they hold off a demigod? How could they hold off a mere demigod? When they thought of this, a strong emotion burned in Carter and the rest's hearts. Shokuha Misaki's words dispelled the depression and despair in Carter and the rest's hearts. However, that doesn't mean their doubts are gone. You're saying that he intends to work with Lady Violet and the other demigods to take on a demigod beast king? Sylph's frosty expression showed a hint of worry. Will he be fine? How could he be fine? A cold glint flashed across Burrell's eyes when he mentioned Wu Yen. He's just a little brat with some talent. He might have reached Stage 9 at such a young age, but he's so arrogant that he wants to take on a demigod that we can only seal and guard day and night. He must be tired of living. Does he think he's on the same level as a demigod? Burrell didn't hide the resentment in his voice when he said that. It was only natural. Who was Burrell? He was the old patriarch of the Saito family, the second most powerful family in the Ailu Empire. Burrell's grandson, Bing Ling, suffered at the hands of Wu Yen in the Spalier World Academy. He was easily defeated by Wu Yen in front of the entire academy. Since then, Burrell didn't have a good impression of Wu Yen. When the Tower of Arena's projection came to meet Wu Yen, Burrell's attitude was extremely bad. Later on, during the council meetings, Borel heard from Carter and Lei Wang about how good Wu Yan's performance was, how high his talent was, and how incredible his achievements were. Not only did he have a group of talented young women by his side, he even had a demigod supporting him. This made Borel, who didn't have a good impression of Wu Yan, even more jealous of Wu Yan. That's not all. What's more important is that Borel's second son, Marcus, was killed by Wu Yan. Marcus betrayed the humans and helped the Beast King. In the end, he attracted the power of a false god and turned into a monster. He even wanted to seek revenge. His death was not enough to cover up the fact that Wu Yan killed Borel's son. On top of that, Borel's second grandson, Bing Mian, was first heavily injured by his own scheme and then turned into a monster after receiving the power of a false god. After that, Wu Yan chased Bing Mian to the Saito family's base and crippled him. How could Borel not hate Wu Yan? Everyone knew that Marcus and Bing Mian had only themselves to blame and deserved to die. However, these two people who deserved to die were indeed Borel's son and grandson. Therefore, while the outsiders were laughing at the Saito family, they continued to talk about Wu Yan enthusiastically and spread Wu Yan's reputation. Borel hated Wu Yan to the core. Even though Bolu knew that this isn't the time for sarcastic remarks, it's still the time for humanity to unite to survive this calamity. He didn't even think about hiding his hatred for Wu Yan. He didn't even think about holding back as he directly mocked Wu Yan. But it was a pity that Borel's sarcasm had unknowingly touched his reverse scale. Xing. Just as Borel's sarcastic words fell, a figure suddenly flashed in front of him. Raising a petite fist wrapped in berserk airflow, she heavily smashed it towards Borel's face. Chapter 1908. Swish. Gazing at the sudden, petite fist that was like a cannonball tearing through the air, a sense of crisis suddenly surged in Borel's heart. It told Borel that if he was hit by this petite fist, he wouldn't have a good ending. At that moment, Borel's expression changed. He didn't even think about it as he used the special ice do chi of the Saito family to wrap around Borel's body like an ice blue fog. Borel's body flashed and retreated backwards. The fist that was aimed at Borel smashed heavily into the seat that Borel had been sitting on. Bang! Along with a muffled sound, the dazzling seat made of pure gold was instantly shattered into pieces by the fist that was hundreds of times smaller than it. Like a bullet, the shattered pieces scattered in all directions. Bolu, who had hastily retreated, was naturally unable to retreat far away. Although he managed to avoid the terrifying punch that was hurtling towards him, he was still caught up by the fragments that spread out like bullets. In the next moment, the shattered back of the chair smashed into Borel's chest. Bang! Humph! With a muffled sound, Borel let out a muffled groan as he was struck by the back of the chair made of pure gold. His body that was retreating suddenly accelerated as he flew backwards. He crashed into a wall not far away. Carter, Lei Wang, Yak, and the others who didn't expect Borel to be attacked all of a sudden turned pale. Cough, cough. Borel slid down from the wall and staggered. It took him a lot of effort to stabilize himself. With one hand on the wall and the other on his chest, he felt the blood in his chest rushing to his face, causing his face to turn red. He couldn't stop coughing. Unknowingly, Kineda Sai, who was standing in front of Borel's seat, retracted her fist that was surging with air and stared at Borel. She snorted coldly. Then she said in disdain, "You're just an old man who flaunts his seniority. You've turned into this half-dead state after taking a punch from me, but you're so arrogant that you dare to comment on the owner of our capital of a different generation? You must be tired of living. Do you think your superpower is on par with his?" This sentence had only been slightly modified. The content was more or less the same. It was just that the target had changed and the words were returned to Borel, causing an angry expression to appear on Borel's face. Seeing the anger on Borel's face, as Borel's old rival, the Thunder King, who understood Bolu's character the best, was immediately shocked and shouted loudly. Stop. However, Bolu completely ignored the Thunder Lord. The frost do chi that was rolling around his body a moment ago was like steam, violently surging out from his body. With a single step, his body turned into a black shadow as he charged towards Kinuhita Sai. But that was the end of it. Buzz! Just as Burrell was about to kill this arrogant little girl with his palm, a strange ripple suddenly appeared in front of him and swept across Burrell's body. Under the reverberation of that bizarre ripple, Bolu felt as though he was trapped in a swamp. His charging body came to a halt and he froze in front of Kinuhita Sai. And all of this was out of Burrell's control. Such a strange situation caused Burrell's expression to change again and again. He could only raise his head with difficulty and look in the direction where the strange ripples came from. Then, what entered Burrell's eyes was Shokuho Misaki's elegant smile, but there was no trace of a smile in her beautiful eyes. Instead, there was a trace of coldness and a strange glint. Without a doubt, this was all Shokuho Misaki's doing. But, how is this possible? He was a rank 9 powerhouse. How could he be suppressed by a little girl who just graduated from the academy? What kind of method did she use? It was a pity that before Burrell could figure it out, the petite fist that was wrapped in chaotic energy swung out once more. This time, it landed heavily on Burrell's abdomen. Ping! Poochie! As though he was struck by a heavy hammer, Burrell spat out a mouthful of blood and his body was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing into the ground. The entire place was silent. Seeing Burrell lying on the ground, his face pale and blood flowing out of his mouth, struggling to get up, everyone was speechless. They could only look at Shokuho Misaki, Kinuhita Sai, and the rest of the girls in shock. There was nothing they could do about it. A veteran 9th stage powerhouse had been knocked down by these young girls who were not even 20 years old, right in front of their own eyes. It seems that you're not wrong to say that you're taking advantage of your seniority. Kinuhita Sai retracted her fist and mocked. Can't you see our strength? After hearing Kinuhita Sai's words, everyone realized that the aura of these young ladies, which they could still see through not too long ago, was now like a dense fog in the rain, unable to be clearly sensed. What does this mean? It means that Shokuho Misaki, Kinuhita Sai, Frenda, Takitsubo Riku, and Astria's strength is not something they can easily discern. There are only two possibilities in this situation. 1. The other party has cultivated some kind of secret technique or battle technique that allows them to hide their strength. 2. The other party's strength is on the same level as them, or even higher. Once the other party retracts their aura, they can't clearly sense their strength. Looking at how Kinuhita Sai was able to knock Boru to the ground with just a wave of her hand, wasn't it obvious whether it was the first possibility or the second one? Thinking up to this point, Carter and the rest were stunned and couldn't react in time. How hateful! Lying on the ground, Bolu, who was in severe pain, spat out words full of hatred with difficulty. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't get up. However, he still ignored the severe pain in his body and desperately supported himself with his trembling hands, intending to stand up. It was obvious that Burrell didn't want to let this matter rest. However, it wasn't hard to understand. As a Type 9 powerhouse, since when did Burrell receive such treatment? Not to mention being knocked to the ground by a little girl who looked like she had yet to reach adulthood. With Bolu's pride, he would never allow that to happen. Stop right there. Burrell's voice, which was full of hatred, woke Carter up. Seeing that Burrell still wanted to attack, his face immediately sank, and his sharp eyes fell on Burrell. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Burrell's body froze and he couldn't move anymore. Listen, please don't get angry, Carter said as he turned to look at Shokuho Misaki. This is a matter of life and death for humanity. Isn't it foolish to fight among ourselves? So everyone knows. Shokuho Misaki smiled coldly. If that's the case, why didn't this old man who flaunts his seniority think about the survival of mankind? Why did he mock his companions at this time? Burrell's expression turned ugly. Carter and the rest were speechless. Shokuho Misaki, who was acting nonchalant just a moment ago, still had a faint smile on her face. However, her gaze was so cold that it was scary. She looked around with Kinuhita Sai, Frenda, Takitsubo Riku, and Astria. Your Majesty Carter, there's something I have to say. Shokuho Misaki looked straight at Carter. Actually, we don't care even if the humans of the Spalier world are wiped out. Everyone's expression changed when they heard that. The only reason we came here is because that man wanted us to. That man is just like us, he doesn't want to be the savior of the world. He just couldn't bear to see his friends suffer such a calamity. Shokuha Misaki stroked her hair and turned around. So, don't let our good impression of you go to zero. Otherwise, we won't stand by and do nothing. After that, Shokuha Misaki turned around and left as if she had nothing else to say to Carter and the rest. Kaneda Sai, Frenda, Takitsubu Riku, and Astria leaped up and followed after Shokuha Misaki. Looking at the group of girls gradually leaving, and then looking at Burrell who was still lying on the ground with a pale face and coughing up blood, everyone fell silent. Chapter 1909. Carter and the others watched Shokuha Misaki, Kaneda Sai, Frenda, Takitsubu Riku, and Astria leave the hall in silence. If it were another group of people who said something like, "I have nothing to do with the extinction of mankind," Kite would definitely regard them as an unstable factor. He would either lock them in a jail cell or push them out of the city to feed the magical beasts to prevent any complications from happening. However, if it was Shokuha Misaki and the others, Carter wouldn't dare to do anything to them even if he was dissatisfied. Ignoring the fact that they are all Tier 9 combatants, the fact that they have Yukumo Yukari as their backer and the fact that the 5 demigods from the Spalier world are still in their territory strengthening the Beast King's seal, Carter couldn't do anything to them. Furthermore, it wasn't Shokuha Misaki and the others' fault to begin with. It was Bolu's fault for bringing up the most important person in the hearts of these beautiful roses. Given how casual these people were, they were already giving Carter a lot of face by not killing Bolu on the spot. Carter couldn't help but smile bitterly at this. It seems like we have crossed their bottom line. Yeah. The Beast King also smiled bitterly. That little fellow is really lucky, Your Majesty. Only Yak looked at Burrell, who was spitting blood and struggling on the ground, with a gloomy expression. Bolu is the pillar of Ailu Empire's second house. Are you going to watch him get beaten up like this? Just like Bolu, Yak's second-in-command, Andrew, also died at the hands of Wu Yen. Andrew wasn't Yak's son, so they weren't close. Yak didn't hate Wu Yen like Bolu did, but he didn't have a good impression of Wu Yen either. That's why Yak wanted to help Bolu vent his anger. However, just as Yak finished speaking, a cold gaze swept over him, causing his body to stiffen. Sylph stood up from her seat and walked towards Burrell, who was struggling on the ground. She looked down at Burrell and said, "Don't worry, Burrell. Don't worry, Burrell. Don't worry. Don't worry. Sylph will remember that you have offended my fiancé." Sylph turned around and walked towards the entrance, ignoring Burrell, who was getting paler and paler. "It's over," Kite muttered. His voice was filled with shock and jealousy. Even Sylph is angry because of that brat. Lei Wang sighed. He knew how much Carter doted on his daughter. He turned to Feifei. "Feifei, you have a good relationship with those girls. Why don't you go take a look?" Feifei nodded her head without hesitation and ran out. The remaining people all looked at Burrell, whose old eyes were filled with anger and haze as he laid on the ground, no longer struggling. Their hearts were filled with complex emotions. On the other hand, Feifei managed to catch up to Shokuha Misaki, Kaneda Sai, Frenda, Takitsubu Riku, and Astria, who weren't in a hurry to leave. When Feifei caught up to Shokuha Misaki and the others, she was surprised to see Sylph there as well. "Feifei." Astria, who was close to Feifei, wanted to greet Feifei, but she remembered what happened in the hall. She humphed coldly and turned away. It was obvious Astria was angry. She thought Feifei was on Bolu's side, so she got angry at Feifei too. Feifei found it funny. "Shokuho, it's our fault for what happened just now. I apologize on behalf of His Majesty and the others." Feifei looked at Shokuha Misaki with sincerity. "No matter what, we are now comrades in the same faction. Even if you don't care about me, please don't make things difficult for His Majesty and the others for Yan's sake, okay?" Shokuha Misaki didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Sylph said the same thing just now. "Princess?" Fei Fei looked at Sylph in surprise. She didn't expect Sylph to speak up for Shokuhun Misaki. It was obvious that Sylph was on Shokuhun Misaki's side, not Wu Yan's. I didn't mean to speak up for them, Sylph said expressionlessly when she saw Fei Fei's surprise. I just don't want father's relationship with them to deteriorate too much. Fei Fei knew that Sylph was telling the truth. She couldn't help but reveal a troubled expression. It's fine, don't worry. We're not that petty. His Majesty and the others are His Majesty, and that old bastard is that old bastard. We won't blame you because of that old bastard. Shokuhun Misaki said in an annoyed tone. Seriously, you always use little Yen to pressure us. You know we have no choice but to compromise when we hear that name. In the end, you couldn't have been worried that we would run away, right? Frenda mocked with a grin. Do we look like we're going to run away? Yes. Yen hopes that we can help you. Takitsubo Riku shook her head. That's why we will stay. Don't worry. Both Sylph and Fei Fei heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. Even though Sylph and Fei Fei are on Wu Yan's side, the Ailu Empire is their home. They don't want to see Shokuhun Misaki's relationship with the Ailu Empire strained. You mentioned that he's trying to find a way to deal with a demigod beast king, right? Sylph raised her head and looked at Shokuhun Misaki with her icy blue eyes. Does he really have a way to deal with a demigod beast king? Don't tell me you don't trust your own fiancé? Kinuhita Sai grumbled in dissatisfaction. Or are you just like that old bastard? Do you really think your fiancé can't participate in a decision of that level? I'm just curious. Sylph didn't try to explain herself. Her expression was as cold as ever. I want to know, is there anything I can help you with? Huh. Astria looked at Sylph with a surprised expression. Shokuhun Misaki looked at Sylph and saw her cold expression. She knew this was the most direct emotion in her heart. She couldn't help but smile. The only thing we can do is to trust him. Trust him? Fei Fei was shocked. Trust him? Sylph lowered her head and remained silent for a while. When she raised her head again, she nodded calmly with an unchanged expression. Understood. Seeing this, Shokuhun Misaki muttered in her heart. It seems like Wu Yan found himself an interesting fiancé. I guess that's the only thing we can do. Fei Fei nodded after a while. Then we'll leave the matter of the demigod beast king to Lord Yen, Lord Yukari, and the other demigods. Let's focus on the enemies in front of us. Shoko, Fei Fei asked, how do you think we should deal with the demonic beasts? Deal with the demonic beasts? Shokuhun Misaki chuckled. Are you talking about the demonic beasts that are attacking the capital? Let's forget about it then. Not only Fei Fei, but even Sylph was taken aback when she heard this. Forget about it? What does she mean by that? Have you all forgotten that the reason why the magical beasts attack the humans is all because of the Beast King's command? Shokuhun Misaki's words woke them up from their reverie. As long as we can get rid of that half-baked Beast King who relied on the power of a false god to climb to the top, then the magic beasts outside will collapse on their own. Why waste time on those magic beasts? Deal with the Beast King? Sylph repeated the same words. That's a demigod we're talking about. Fei Fei's expression darkened. Even if the other party is just an irregular demigod who took a shortcut, he's still not someone ordinary people can deal with. To deal with such an existence, we'll need at least 3 peak-tier 9th order powerhouses to fight to a draw. Only with 5 would we have a chance of winning, right? So, Shoko Misaki's eyes glowed with excitement. We'll have to play some tricks. Tricks. This time, it wasn't just Sylph and Fei Fei. Even Kinuhita Sai, Frenda, Takitsubo Riku, and Astria were paying attention. While everyone was focused, Shokuhun Misaki finally spoke. Hey, can you help me find something? Our 1152. Chapter 1910. The night came quietly, however, the war was still going on. Demonic beasts are not inexhaustible. Even if the demonic beasts follow the orders of their king, Stamina is not something they can force. Although the magical beasts were physically much stronger than humans, the magical beasts that were constantly attacking Royal City were tired when night fell. In addition, many magical beasts' magical powers, vision, and other factors were affected by the darkness. The tide-like magical beasts finally stopped their attacks at a certain moment. It was as though someone had given them an order. They roared and retreated in an orderly manner. But as mentioned earlier, even if night falls, the war will continue. There are many types of demonic beasts. Some move during the day, some are affected during the night. Of course, there are also those that move during the night. Compared to the day, there are more powerful nocturnal demonic beasts. This was something that the people on the walls of Royal City, who were already exhausted after a hard day of guarding the city walls, were aware of. It won't be long before the nocturnal demonic beasts take over the retreating demonic beasts and continue to attack the city. Therefore, the war will continue for both humans and demonic beasts. It's just that the demonic beasts will change batches and the guards will also change shifts. Thus, the demonic beasts took advantage of the night to hide themselves. As they gradually retreated into the surrounding mountains, the exhausted city guards who had been guarding the city for an entire day began to slowly relax their vigilance and began to change shifts. At night, the city guards climbed up the city walls one after another. On the other hand, the guards who were guarding the city during the day dispersed into Monarch City with tired faces. In an instant, the entire Monarch City became extremely noisy, as though it was a market. They decided to give up on the other cities and concentrate all the fighting forces in Ailu Empire to defend the city. When they decided to use the city as a base to fight against the demonic beasts, all the civilians in Ailu Empire were evacuated. In order to prevent the civilians from being dragged into the war, Qin Yun has already arranged for them. Carter had already made arrangements to gather all the ordinary people in the city and those in need of refuge and send them overseas to seek temporary refuge. If the humans win this war, they will return to Ailu Empire. Then the Ailu Empire would bring them back from overseas. In the end, if the humans were to lose this war, then these refugees would be the last hope of the human race. They would have to shoulder the task of reclaiming the continent of Silveria and engage in a war of attrition against the demons that would last for an unknown amount of time. That's a bit far-fetched. In short, it's because of this. Currently, there are no civilians in the city. Everyone is at least rank 5 warriors and magicians. There's not a single rank 4 in sight. In other words, these people in King City were the strongest faction the Ailu Empire could muster. There was no other faction that could match up to them. The Baruba Empire and the Fea Empire should be in the same situation. Compared to the past, today's war against the demonic beasts went smoothly. There's no other reason. Because there's a new group of soldiers. 5,000 Misaka girls. No matter who these girls were, they all looked exactly the same. Anyone in the Spalier world would have heard of them. After all, the Misaka sisters had never hidden themselves. Not only did they hunt in the giant beast's forest, they even fought against demonic beasts in the giant beast's forest's campsite for a period of time. Furthermore, they looked exactly the same as the Misaka sisters and possessed the ability to control electricity. Even the people of the other 2 empires had heard of the Misaka sisters' existence. So how could the people of the Ailu Empire not know of them? It was only today that the people in the capital knew what kind of power this rather famous legion, whose members looked exactly the same, had. Disregarding everything else, just the performance of the 5,000 Misaka girls in the city today was enough to shock many people to the point of disbelief. There was no other reason other than the fact that all 5,000 Misaka sisters could display strength comparable to a stage 8 powerhouse. 5,000 rank 8 powerhouses. That's the reason why everyone was shocked to the point of disbelief. At this moment, almost all of the rank 8 powerhouses in the Ailu Empire have gathered in the city to participate in this war that will decide the fate of the empire. Although the number of rank 8 powerhouses in the city isn't all of the rank 8 powerhouses in the Ailu Empire, it's at least 95% of the total number of rank 8 powerhouses in the empire. Then how many rank 8 powerhouses are there in the city? Rank 8 powerhouses are very important in the battle. That's why the number of rank 8 powerhouses in the city has already been calculated. Since the start of the war, there's a total of 1,188 rank 8 powerhouses in the city. How many rank 8 demonic beasts are there? Humans haven't calculated this point. However, based on the number of rank 8 demonic beasts that attacked the city during the day, there were at least a few hundred rank 8 demonic beasts in each direction. The total number of demonic beasts from all 4 directions is about 2,000 to 3,000 rank 8 demonic beasts. If you include the nocturnal demonic beasts that attack at night, then there's about 5,000 rank 8 demonic beasts. In terms of rank 8, the Misaka sisters are more than enough to fight against the demonic beasts that attacked the Ailu Empire. In other words, the demonic beasts' numbers in every rank are higher than the humans. But with the arrival of the Misaka sisters, the situation has been completely reversed. Of course, numbers aren't everything. The Misaka sisters might be able to display rank 8 battle prowess, but that's only between the beginner and intermediate rank 8. On the other hand, the demonic beasts and Ailu Empire's rank 8 demonic beasts were mostly at the peak of rank 8. Any one of them could easily take on 2 or 3 Misaka sisters. Even so, the presence of these 5,000 Misaka sisters is enough to affect the outcome of the war. At this rate, as long as the rank 9 demonic beasts and pseudo-beast kings don't show up, it's only a matter of time before the humans defeat the demonic beasts. Carter and Lei Wang couldn't help but feel relieved that Shokuha Misaki didn't back out because of the conflict during the day. If she did, they would have lost their only hope of victory. Even Burrell and Yak, who hated Shokuha Misaki and the rest, shut their mouths, not daring to say anything else. However, is it possible that the rank 9 demonic beasts and pseudo-beast kings won't show up? Of course, that's impossible. Thus, Shokuha Misaki made a decision that shocked Sylph and Fei Fei after they parted on bad terms in the morning. The terrain of Royal City was actually similar to a basin. Although it wasn't as high as the surrounding area and as low as the center, King City was surrounded by an irregular circular mountain range. The irregular circular mountain range that surrounded the capital was the habitat of the demonic beasts that attacked the capital. As the night grew darker, the magical beasts retreated into the mountain range. About 1.5 hours later, the nocturnal magical beasts began to move in the mountain range. They stepped on the flattened roads and growled as they descended the mountain and headed in the direction of Royal City. On the path of one of the groups of Class 7 magical beasts, there was a small mound not too far away. At a certain moment, several black silhouettes passed by and silently landed on the ground. The black figures tried their best to suppress their breathing as they quietly hid on the ground. Their auras, which were more obvious compared to the magical beasts, were also suppressed to the minimum. It was not easy for them to hide from the sharp senses and smell of the magical beasts. These silhouettes are all beautiful young women. They are Shokuha Misaki, Kinohita Sai, Frenda, Takitsubu Riku, and Astria, who were supposed to be in King City. Not only Shokuha Misaki, Kinohita Sai, Frenda, Takitsubu Riku, and Astria, but even Sylph and Fei Fei are hiding here. However, Sylph and Fei Fei looked more serious than Shokuha Misaki and Astria. Are you sure you want to do this? Even Sylph couldn't maintain her usual cold tone. Her voice was laced with disapproval. I think it's too dangerous. Since we're already here, even if you try to persuade me, I won't retreat. Shokuha Misaki purposely said this sentence in a playful manner, but her next sentence was laced with a sense of nervousness. Tonight, we will assassinate the half-baked beast king hiding behind the scenes. Chapter 1911. Tonight, we will assassinate that half-baked beast king hiding behind the scenes. When these words came out of Shokuha Misaki's mouth and entered everyone's ears, an indescribable pressure pressed down on everyone's heart, causing the atmosphere to become heavy. Assassinate a fake beast king. In other words, Shokuha Misaki was planning to assassinate the closest person to demigod rank. This was undoubtedly a very crazy and suicidal thing to do. If there was a peak Type 9 expert who specialized in concealment, they might be able to give it a try. However, Shokuha Misaki and the rest did not have a single peak Type 9 expert. Aside from Astria, Shokuha Misaki, Kinohita Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubo Riku were only at the beginning of Tier 9. Compared to a peak Tier 9 expert, the difference was huge. As for Sylph and Fei, they weren't even at the peak of Tier 9. This team of 7, with the strongest being at the early stage of the 9th stage and barely reaching the mid-stage of the 9th stage, and 2 of them being at the 8th stage, could even assassinate a peak 9th stage powerhouse, let alone a pseudo-semigod powerhouse. Of course, Astria has Pandora mode. Once she enters Pandora mode, her strength will increase by leaps and bounds. She might even reach the peak of rank 9. Even so, the success rate of an assassination attempt is pitifully low. No matter what. Although he was a dabbler, he still had 1 foot over the demigod barrier and could not be compared to a real demigod powerhouse. Even so, he was still much stronger than a peak Tier 9 expert. That was why Shokuha Misaki's words sounded like crazy, courting death, and audacious to others. But even in such a dangerous situation, Shokuha Misaki still had that elegant smile on her face. It made people wonder if Shokuha Misaki really knew how to assassinate a fake Beast King. If Shokuha Misaki could really assassinate a fake Beast King, then the Ailu Empire's crisis would be resolved. When they thought of this, Sylph and Fei felt a trace of hope in their hearts. However, they still didn't have high hopes for Shokuha Misaki. Are you sure about this? Fei sounded hesitant. If we fail, you should know what the consequences are, right? How about this? How about this? Shokuha Misaki glanced at Sylph and Fei. Let's maintain the current situation. Once that half-baked Beast King makes his move, you should know what the consequences are, right? Sylph and Fei choked at the same time. That's right, if the current situation continues, Ailu Empire will be annihilated once the fake Beast King makes his move. This was because without the help of a demigod, no one would be able to deal with a fake Beast King. Even if all the experts in King City, including Tier 9 experts, were to make a move. In other words, if they don't take care of the fake Beast King, the Ailu Empire's fate will not be good. Now, the demonic beasts have yet to send out their Class 9 demonic beasts, while the Ailu Empire's Tier 9 experts are still waiting. Both sides are holding each other back. Let's see who will make the first move and break the stalemate, Shokuha Misaki said as she looked ahead. But that is only temporary. The one who will decide the outcome of this war is the real deal. It's none other than that half-baked Beast King hiding behind the scenes. As long as he makes a move, Ailu Empire will be destroyed without a doubt. Once he dies, Ailu Empire's victory will be decided. Shokuha Misaki sighed. The reason why the half-baked Beast King didn't make a move now is because it thinks the Ailu Empire's guardian deity is still in King City. That's why the half-baked Beast King doesn't dare to act rashly. Once it finds out that the guardian deity has left King City, it will be able to act without restraint. When that happens, Shokuha Misaki didn't finish her sentence. Everyone knew what she was going to say next. Do you understand now? Shokuha Misaki said with a half-smile when she saw Sylph and Fei's expressions darkening. Now is not the time to decide if we should make a move or not. If we don't make a move, we won't have a chance of winning. Sylph and Fei were speechless. I feel that even if we were to make a move, it's not like we have a chance of winning. Kinohita Sai lowered her body and grumbled. Our opponent is stronger than a peak Tier 9. To be honest, Kinohita, I'm really nervous. If I were to express my opinion, I would say the same thing. Even Kinohita Sai admitted that she was nervous. Frenda, who was the most timid among them, laughed awkwardly. By the way, aren't we supposed to stall for time? Yukari told everyone to buy as much time as possible. As long as they can buy enough time for Wu Yen to return from his mission, the pseudo-god Beast King and the 3 pseudo-beast kings won't be able to do anything to them. Was that what Frenda was trying to say? Before Shokuha Misaki could say anything, Takitsubo Riku shook her head. Shokuha isn't the kind of person who would choose to defend passively. Instead of waiting in fear in King City, Shokuho prefers to eliminate the fear factor and then easily solve the problem. Takitsubu knows me best. Shokuho Misaki smiled. She blinked her starry eyes. It's better to eliminate the threat first. If we fail, we can just run away. Everyone nodded helplessly at Shokuho Misaki's mischievous smile. Then, Shokuhane-san. Astria asked carefully. Do you want me to make a move? Listen to my instructions. Shokuho Misaki said. She looked at Sylph and Feifei. You two stay here. Regardless of whether we succeed or fail, the demonic beasts will riot. I will need your help then. Sylph and Feifei nodded solemnly. Be careful. Shokuho Misaki smiled and nodded. She looked at Takitsubu Riku and their eyes met. Takitsubu Riku understood what Shokuho Misaki meant. For some reason, her eyes started trembling as if she was electrocuted. Bzzz. Frenda's eyes twitched. She raised her hand and waved it. Shokuho Misaki, Kinuhara Sai, Frenda, Takitsubu Riku, and Astria all disappeared into thin air. That's Takitsubu Riku's ability, personal reality interference. He could enhance, weaken, exchange, and change other people's superpowers as he wished, and could even create a multi-ability user. Just now, Takitsubu Riku had used this ability to interfere with Frenda's personal reality, giving Frenda the ability to deceive the five senses of all creatures and prevent them from sensing her own existence. Now, even the demonic beasts with super-sensitive senses won't be able to sense Shokuho Misaki's group. While Sylph and Feifei were looking around in shock, Shokuho Misaki, Kinuhara Sai, Frenda, Takitsubu Riku, and Astria carefully crossed the small hill and headed deeper into the mountain range. Although he doesn't know where the Beast King that led the demonic beasts to attack Ailu Empire is, high-level demonic beasts have a habit. No matter where they are, they will always find a place deeper than the lower-level demonic beasts. The higher the level, the more arrogant demonic beasts will be. They won't tolerate the fact that their habitat is shallower than the lower-level demonic beasts. That's why they will be able to find the Beast King if they go deeper. Roar! Roar! Shokuho Misaki and her party ignored the roars of the nocturnal magical beasts that were heading towards the king's city. Shokuho Misaki and her party made sure not to touch any of the magical beasts as they made their way deeper into the mountain. Got to say, the demonic beasts have a keen sense of smell. Even with Frenda and Takitsubu Riku's combined efforts, the demonic beasts couldn't detect Shokuho Misaki and her group. However, when Shokuho Misaki and her group got within a certain distance, the demonic beasts would turn around and look in their direction. Shokuho Misaki and her group had no choice but to keep a certain distance from the demonic beasts. Under such circumstances, after an unknown amount of time, a light appeared in front of them. Chapter 1912. Shokuho Misaki, Kinuhara Sai, Frenda, Takitsubu Riku, and Astria were hiding behind a few trees. They peeked their heads out and looked ahead. What appeared in front of the group of girls was an extremely peculiar scene. It was a vast woodland surrounded by aged trees. Unlike the other places in the mountain range, this forest was lit up even in the middle of the night. Even though it wasn't fully lit up, it wasn't affected by the darkness of the night. In the forest, numerous large magical beasts that faintly gave off a ferocious and dangerous aura were patrolling the area. These magical beasts were clearly Class 8 at the very least. Flying magical beasts constantly flew past in the air, taking in the entire scene below. Between the trees in the forest, there were also magical beasts with exceptional night vision keeping watch. Their sharp eyes that shone with either scarlet or green colors frequently swept across the surrounding dark corners. Their vigilant appearance made one involuntarily think of the word strict when looking at them. Compared to this solemn scene, not a single magical beast made a single sound in the forest. Not to mention the inherent roars, there wasn't even the slightest bit of noise. In such a situation, the slightest movement in the surroundings would be noticed. They would all be noticed by the Class 8 magical beasts patrolling the forest, scanning the trees, and hovering in the sky. At that time, All the magical beasts in the forest would rush over as long as one magical beast cried out, right? Unfortunately, the demonic beasts didn't know that. Even though they were patrolling the forest, they still couldn't prevent others from invading. At this moment, the 5 intruders who were hiding behind the trees turned their gazes to a certain direction in the forest. There were many demonic beasts patrolling the area. In the middle of the forest, surrounded by trees, a very out-of-place tent stood there for a long time. The tent was about the size of an ordinary house. The source of light in the forest was the flames burning on top of the 8 wooden stakes around the tent. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the magical beasts in the forest were patrolling around the only tent, and within the tent, there was a faint silhouette swaying along with the flames. There was no doubt about it. A person who could be protected by a large group of demonic beasts. That person must have shed his beast form. A beast king in human form. The group of girls stared at the tent at the same time. Then they looked at each other and nodded. In the darkness, a few blurry shadows flashed from behind the trees. They nimbly went around the trees and kept a safe distance from the patrolling demonic beasts. They charged towards the tent. Although the forest was heavily guarded, and the closer they got to the tent, the higher the level of the demonic beasts guarding it. However, these demonic beasts were at most at the peak of the 8th level. They couldn't see through the girls' tricks. As long as there weren't any 9th level demonic beasts guarding it, it wouldn't have much of an effect. Therefore, the patrolling demonic beasts, as well as the demonic beasts on the trees and in the air, didn't notice that the black shadows that represented death were rapidly approaching the center of the forest. They were flying towards the tent. Of course, the girls could only get close to the tent when they were 200 meters away. Because on the ground 200 meters around the tent, magical beasts that were even larger than the patrolling magical beasts were lying there. Their auras were even more powerful, and their appearances were incomparably sinister. Their scarlet eyes were wide open as they scanned the surroundings. They were the 9th level demonic beasts that hadn't appeared before. There were a total of 10 9th level demonic beasts lying around the tent. Some of them were in the form of snakes, some of them were half-human half-dragon, some of them were in the form of wolves, and some of them were in the form of cats and tigers. They were the last line of defense. The girls came to a stop in unison. Even the clumsy Astrea came to a screeching halt. She stopped in midair and held her breath. She didn't want to startle the powerful Tier 9 demonic beasts. Shokuha Misaki, who didn't have the best physique, was carried by Astrea. She looked at the powerful demonic beasts in front of her and nodded to Takitsubo Riku. Takitsubo Riku immediately understood, and her already trembling pupils trembled even more. A ripple that no one else could sense spread out from Takitsubo Riku to Shokuha Misaki and Kinuhata Sayai. Takitsubo Riku had to maintain her ability so she couldn't interfere with her personal reality. However, if she wanted to interfere with someone's personal reality, no matter how many demonic beasts there were, as long as they were within Takitsubo Riku's line of sight, she would be able to interfere with their personal reality. And so, Shokuha Misaki and Kinuhata Sayai were granted the ability to conceal their 5 senses under Takitsubo Riku's ability, just like Frenda. In front of a Class 9 magical beast, Frenda would be in danger of being discovered if she was alone. But if Frenda couldn't do it alone, then Shokuha Misaki and Kinuhata Sayai should be able to do it. The concealment ability of the 3 of them came into effect. The girl's presence became weaker until it was as weak as a rock. Only then did the group of girls start moving again. With Shokuha Misaki in her arms, Astrea glided past the Tier 9 demonic beasts without causing any disturbance in the air. Kinuhata Sayai, Frenda, and Takitsubo Riku might not be able to fly, but in Academy City, the 3 of them used to be members of the Black Ops, so they had done a lot of assassinations. Thus, they were quite good at hiding. Not even a single Class 9 demonic beast noticed them. It didn't take long for the girls to arrive at the 2 sides of the tent. As Ri looked at the tent in front of him, the group of girls exchanged glances with each other before turning their attention to Kinuhata Sayai. Kinuhata Sayai squinted her eyes and stretched out a finger. A small whirlwind appeared on her finger and stuck it into the tent. Then, a few tiny holes appeared in front of the girls. The situation inside the tent was exposed to the girl's eyes. In the brightly lit tent, there was only one figure sitting inside. It was a very tall and sturdy man, as tall and sturdy as a bear. At this moment, the strong man was sitting on a tiger skin rug on the ground. In front of him was a shapeless beast that was dripping with blood. The robust man directly stretched out his hand and tore off a piece of meat from the bloody beast in front of him. Then he ate it with relish, causing his rough mouth to be stained with blood. It was obvious that the muscular man was eating. The girls outside the tent frowned at the sight of the man eating raw beast meat. Astrea even had a disgusted look on her face. For Astrea, who loved to eat, this was the most disgusting, boorish, and wasteful behavior she had ever seen. Forget Astrea, even Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku, who had been in the Black Ops for so many years, had never seen such a gory scene of raw meat being eaten. They couldn't help but avert their gazes for a moment. Shoko Misaki was the only one who didn't frown. She took in everything inside the tent, and her gaze stopped on a porcelain pot beside the muscular man. The porcelain pot was filled with water. Shoko Misaki rolled her eyes and came up with a plan. She used her mind control ability to communicate with Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, Takitsubu Riku, and Astrea telepathically. Astrea-chan, fly to the top of the tent and do what Kinuhata did. Dig a hole on the top of the tent. Remember, don't get caught. Got it. Astrea nodded obediently. She flapped her white wings and flew to the top of the tent. Shoko Misaki said to Takitsubu Riku, "Takitsubu, give Frenda the ability to control water vapor. We're going." Chapter 1913. Phew! In the tent, the robust man who had eaten his fill exhaled a long breath. He did not mind the blood in his mouth and treated it like soup. He wiped it all over his face. As he wiped it, he muttered to himself in a coarse voice. Even though the portion is sufficient, it's still the meat of a normal beast. It's tasteless, it can't even be compared to the trash outside. Human meat is still better, the robust man grinned as he spoke, as if he was reminiscing about something. Come to think of it, after the invasion of Ailu Empire, he must have enjoyed the flesh of many unlucky people who fell into the tiger's mouth. But it was only a few days ago that the muscular man was able to enjoy a good meal. Ever since Ailu Empire transferred all the resources and manpower from the cities, the muscular man didn't manage to catch a single human. There are so many humans in that broken city, yet I can't even enjoy a good meal. How annoying. The muscular man didn't look as cold as the Beast King. His personality was a little rough, he cursed and swore. After staying here for so many days, I really don't know when I'll be able to destroy that city. Humans are too stubborn. Can't they just be obedient and become food? How dare they resist? They don't know what's good for them. Might as well just crush that city. Of course, that's what he said. But the muscular man didn't dare to do so. The muscular man clearly remembered when the beast god bestowed him with the power of a false god, allowing him to be reborn and lead the demonic beast army to attack Ailu Empire. Before he arrived, the beast god had solemnly warned him not to act rashly and provoke the humans' capital. That's because there's a demigod guardian god residing in each of the 3 capital cities of the 3 empires. The muscular man knew that with his current strength, he wouldn't be able to do anything. He wouldn't be able to fight against the guardians of Ailu Empire. He didn't know how long the beast god had ascended to demigod rank. His current strength is definitely not as simple as a demigod. The muscular man knew his family's strength. Naturally, he also knew that he, who took a shortcut, wouldn't be a match for the veteran guardian god. The Beast King also knew this. That's why he ordered the 3 Beast Kings to lead the demonic beast army to attack the human world. As for other matters, they could do whatever they wanted. However, once they encountered the 3 protectors of the 3 empires, it would be fine if they were entangled, but they couldn't continue fighting. Otherwise, they would definitely die a horrible death. If it was just a simple entanglement. Even if the 3 Beast Kings were only half-baked pseudo-Beast Kings, as long as the 3 guardian gods were not demigod pinnacle, there would not be much of a problem. The Beast King had never expected these 3 fake Beast Kings to defeat the 3 guardian deities. His main goal was to let these 3 fake Beast Kings hold back the 3 guardian deities and lead the magical beast army to attack the human world. In that case, if the guardian deity was entangled with the fake Beast King, it wouldn't be too difficult for the magical beasts, who were generally stronger and more numerous than humans, to win. Therefore, no matter how impatient the strong man was, he had to endure it. At the very least, he had to endure it and not take the initiative to attack. Of course, that was because the strong man did not know that the protectors of the 3 empires were no longer in Monarch City. Otherwise, he would not have been able to stop himself from attacking and destroying the entire Monarch City. If only those trash of the same race could take down that broken city by themselves. The robust man snorted coldly. Otherwise, if those 2 fellows beat me to it, I would definitely be laughed at. The magical beasts were not truly united. It was a relationship between the hunter and the hunted. If they were not of the same species, who would part on good terms? This time, the 3 pseudo-beast kings that the Beast King bestowed with the power of the false gods were all different kinds of magical beasts. Moreover, before they obtained the power of the false gods and shed their beast bodies, they were still magical beasts at the peak of the 9th rank. The 3 pseudo-beast kings had fought more than once over food, territory, and other issues. Of course, the relationship between the 3 fake Beast Kings was not any better. This time, the magical beasts had attacked the 3 empires. If the strong man was the last to succeed, he would definitely be laughed at in front of the other 2 fake Beast Kings in the future. He would also be subjected to a lot of cold words in the future. He might even lose the trust of the beast god in his heart. That was something the strong man would never allow. Thinking of this, the strong man narrowed his eyes. A dark light that represented negative emotions flashed across his beastly eyes. One must know that the power of the fake god would not only turn the user into a monster, it would also affect the user's mental state to a certain extent. Back then, whether it was Marcus or Bing Mian, after using the power of the fake god, the dark and ugly side of their hearts were completely exposed. The strong man was also affected. Even the Beast King was not immune. Otherwise, with the Beast King's cold personality, he would not have been so angry when he was sealed. However, magical beasts were originally much more bloodthirsty and cruel than humans. Therefore, in their opinion, this effect was probably not an effect at all, right? I must speed up the process. The dark emotions in the strong man's eyes subsided. He reached out his hand, wanting to take the porcelain pot filled with water that was placed beside him. However, he suddenly felt a cold sensation on his head. The strong man's eyes immediately became alert. He abruptly raised his head and looked up. In the next moment, a few drops of cold water fell on the strong man's face, startling him slightly. It was only then that the strong man discovered that there were a few medium-sized holes on the top of his tent. Outside the holes, drops of water continued to drip in. There was also a whoosh sound outside the tent, causing the strong man to frown. Rain? It was indeed rain. The whoosh sound was the sound of the rain. The drops of water that caused the strong man's vigilance were naturally the rainwater that leaked into the tent. Human things are really useless. The strong man shifted his position with an unhappy expression. He reached out to grab the porcelain pot again. If I had known this would happen, I would have just found a cave to rest in. Why would I use a human tent? However, the strong man did not notice that a lot of the water that leaked in from outside the tent spilled into the porcelain pot. No, the strong man actually noticed this, but he did not pay it any mind. After all, rainwater could also be drunk, right? What the strong man did not notice was that among the rainwater that spilled into the porcelain pot, there was a drop of water with a different color that also dripped into the pot. At that moment, the strong man straightforwardly poured all the water in the porcelain pot into his mouth and swallowed it into his stomach. In the next moment, the strong man felt an indescribable pain in his stomach. The robust man's complexion changed drastically. Without the slightest hesitation, he swung his hand heavily, and the porcelain pot in his hand flew away. Bang! When the sound of the porcelain pot breaking resounded throughout the tent, the robust man's body began to twitch. His face began to turn black and purple. At this moment, even if the strong man was stupid, he realized it. He was poisoned. Bang! Just as the robust man's face turned black and purple, the side of the tent suddenly exploded. A figure wrapped in a swirling airflow rushed towards the robust man with a fierce collision sound. Looking at the figure that rushed towards him, the strong man's pupils shrunk slightly. He finally understood. He was plotted against. "You're courting death," the strong man furiously roared. At the same time, a turbid black gas surged out from his body. He raised his huge fist and fiercely punched the figure that rushed towards him. Whoosh! The sturdy man's physical strength was clearly at the top level even among the magical beasts. The heavy punch that was thrown out was mixed with a violent sonic boom and the sound of wind. In just a blink of an eye, it was like a cannonball that heavily bombarded the figure that was rushing over. PFFF. Even after receiving the strong man's ferocious blow, the expected tangible feeling did not reach the strong man's nerves. There was not even the slightest sound of collision. Under the bombardment of the huge fist, the figure that was rushing over actually trembled violently. Then, under the strong man's narrowed pupils, the figure directly dissipated with a strange sound. Although he had not been in human form for a long time and had not fought with humans for a long time, the strong man, who had fought with other magical beasts in the behemoth forest, knew what was going on in the next second. An afterimage? Just as his voice fell, another figure that was exactly the same as before, covered in a whirlwind like a ghost, flashed behind the strong man. Chapter 1914. Boom! In the forest in the middle of the night, a loud and violent sound suddenly resounded, frightening the patrolling magical beasts in the forest. Then, all of them roared angrily. That's because the explosion came from the only tent they were guarding. Boom! However, before the group of magical beasts could gather in the direction of the tent that was the size of a normal house suddenly exploded, turning into pieces of cloth that scattered in all directions with traces of smoke. Within the tent that had exploded, two figures faced each other at an extremely fast speed, as if repelling each other, and flew away. Boom, boom, boom. With a series of muffled stomping sounds, one of the two figures that flew backward continuously stomped on the ground with his thick feet. While stomping on the ground, the figure that flew backward gradually stabilized. When he completely stabilized his body, a burly man like a bear raised his head, revealing a greenish-black face that was filled with rage. Whoosh! Before the other figure could land on the ground, a figure with pure white wings descended from the sky and caught him in his arms. Then he circled and landed beside the other three figures who had appeared out of nowhere. Needless to say, they were Shokuhun Misaki, Kinuhita Sayai, Takitsubo Riku, Frenda, and Astria. After the man was poisoned, the one who ambushed him was Kinuhita Sayai. And it was Kinuhita Sayai who was strengthened by Takitsubo Riku's ability. The afterimage that appeared before Kinuhita Sayai's ambush was Shokuhun Misaki's doing. To be precise, it wasn't an afterimage. It was just an illusion created by Shokuhun Misaki's mind control. But even with Takitsubo Riku's buff and Shokuhun Misaki's camouflage, Kinuhita Sayai's ambush was noticed by the man and he managed to counterattack. While facing the man's counterattack, Kinuhita Sayai was no match for him. Thus, Frenda threw a bomb doll into the tent and blew it up, allowing Kinuhita Sayai to escape. In other words, the assassination attempt by the group of girls had failed. Well, it wasn't a failure. At least, the man was indeed poisoned by Shokuhun Misaki's water vapor. When it started to rain, the poison mixed into the rain and sprinkled into the water that the strong man drank. That poison. It's the poison Shokuhun Misaki asked Sylph and Feifei to prepare. It's the most potent poison in the Spalier world. Under the influence of the violent poison, the robust man's body was constantly on the verge of collapse. His face was constantly alternating between green and black, but the robust man still managed to hold on. Looking at the group of girls in front of him, a furious and ferocious roar suddenly rang out. "Humans! You're courting death!" Roar! 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 At this moment, the magical beasts in the forest were all roaring and rushing over in a frenzy. Capture them, dead or alive. The strong man's roar resounded through the entire forest. Just as the strong man's roar fell, many black shadows shot out from the sky and trees surrounding the group of girls. Among them were the 10 Class 9 demonic beasts. Looking at the numerous huge black shadows that were shooting towards them from all directions, the expressions of the group of young ladies changed slightly. With the help of the system, the girls could clearly sense that there were more than 10 Class 9 demonic beasts. There were also countless Class 8 demonic beasts. Even if Shokuho Misaki, Kinoda Sai, Frenda, Takitsubo Riku, and Astria worked together, they had no choice but to retreat. But even if the girls wanted to retreat, the demonic beasts wouldn't let them. The magical beasts here had already surrounded the entire forest, so as soon as they came out, the flying magical beasts blocked the sky, and the surrounding magical beasts also rushed over. There was no way out. Therefore, if the girls wanted to escape, they could only force their way through. "Astria-chan!" Shokuho Misaki shouted. Astria raised her head abruptly. A sci-fi illusory frame appeared in her crimson eyes. An angelic halo appeared above her head. She flapped her pure white wings and shot into the air. The girls hurriedly followed. "Stop them! Kill them!" The strong man who was on the verge of collapse roared. "Roar! Roar! Woo!" All of a sudden, the eyes of the surrounding magical beasts glowed with a ferocious light. Their beast-like pupils were dyed red. One by one, the magical beasts roared and madly charged towards the group of girls. Astria flapped her pure white wings and dodged the charge of a Tier 9 demonic beast. She swung her laser sword at the head of a Tier 8 demonic beast that was following behind her. The Tier 8 flying demonic beast didn't even have the chance to react to Astria's all-out attack. Her sword flashed and the demonic beast's head was severed from its neck. Blood splattered down from the sky. Astria's crimson eyes turned even colder after killing the Tier 8 demonic beast. She charged towards the swarm of flying demonic beasts. Laser swords sliced through the bodies of the demonic beasts like they were dried twigs. Blood splattered everywhere and severed limbs fell to the ground like garbage. It didn't take long for a gap to open up in the sky above the army of flying magical beasts that blotted out the sky. Astria led the way while Kinoda Sai carried Takitsubo Riku in her arms. Shokuho Misaki and Frenda were also granted the ability to fly by Takitsubo Riku. They followed behind Astria and charged out of the monster encirclement. "Kill them all! Kill them all!" Unable to accept the fact that he had been tricked by a few human girls, the robust man's furious roar continued. Roar! While the Rank 8 demonic beast was unable to stop Astria, a Rank 9 demonic beast with the ability to fly charged out. It spun in the air and rammed into Astria with its jaws wide open. Clang! In the next second, Astria's laser sword clashed with the Tier 9 demonic beast's fangs. A violent shockwave erupted between the two. Astria was unaffected by the impact, but she only trembled a little. On the other hand, the Tier 9 demonic beast was sent flying as though it was struck by a heavy blow. If an outsider were to see this scene, they would definitely be so terrified that they would not be able to control themselves. A demonic beast was competing with a human in terms of physical strength. It was a competition of physical strength against a human of the same rank and level. Yet it was sent flying in just one round. Of course, even though Astria managed to send the Tier 9 demonic beast flying, she was stopped by the demonic beast for a brief moment. The brawny man who had been glaring at Astria suddenly stood up. He raised his fist like an arrow leaving the bowstring. Black energy swirled around his fist and transformed into a ferocious beast paw that covered his fist. Human. The muscular man's speed was fast. At the very least, the muscular man caught up with Astria in an instant. It took Astria quite a bit of time to open up some distance between them. Feeling the danger coming from behind them, the faces of the group of girls turned grave. "Let me do it!" Kinueta Sai threw Takitsubo Riku to Frenda. She dove down and raised her fist as well. A circle of air condensed around her fist. In the next moment, the black beast's palm collided with the petite fist that was surrounded by the atmosphere. Boom! The loud explosion was like a clap of thunder reverberating in the sky above the forest. Roar! 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 A violent gust of wind spread out at an extremely fast speed, blowing away all the surrounding magical beasts for a short distance. The battle continued. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.